हेलो।
तो बंदे को क्या पता था।
हेलो। आ रही है?
कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनस्य
पूछा क्या यार थोड़ी देर बाद ऑटो कोई हाँ ठीक ठीक टेस्ट तेरी तरफ सही कर रहा अभी तो डेटा ही है हाँ डेटा कर ही रखा खाना ऐसा करने के हाँ तो भाई वहाँ पर यहाँ फैक्ट्री यूज चलता है नाश्ता कर लिया इधर भी ना ये तो चाइनीज ही है ये कितने में ले ही ये पहले ली थी यहाँ है बंदा की बनाता है अरे तो मेरी पूरी हो गई तड़ लगा खत्म अच्छा तो मैंने बनना नहीं किया तो उन्होंने कहा पूरी मतलब मेरी इतना की है उतना पैसा लेना है आईपीएस में ना उसमें आगे थॉमसन तो कह रहे थे और हाँ करो सस्ती हो गई है चीज की हाँ ले लो थॉमसन बहुत अच्छा है सभी कुछ उसमें है सभी कुछ इनपुट आउटपुट और एक भी चीज उसमें उसके लिए नहीं इवन एटीएम में आरसी नहीं देते उसमें एक एटीएम आरसी मतलब अच्छी है मतलब सर्विस सेंटर वगैरह काम होता है घर के लिए कैरी के लिए कैरी के लिए तो फिर वो एक फिक्स हो जाता है उसका ये तो घर के लिए क्या कैरी के लिए बाकी है अच्छी फंक्शन ये भी अच्छा रहा फ्रेंच कंपनी फ्रेंच टेक्नोलॉजी है और रहते हैं समझ हो रही है नोएडा अच्छा ये भी बेचा है पिछले 2 साल से और ये सेंसुरी ये सब कॉपी कोडा के सेंसुरी है डीसीएल का कुछ गाना था कुछ इससे काम करता अच्छा ये सब एक ही ये जरूर है कि एमआई का थोड़ा सा प्लस हो गया जो एमआई प्रोडक्ट बेच रहा था एमआई ज़्यादा बढ़िया है एमआई हाँ इनसे तो अच्छी होती है लेकिन नहीं आती हाँ ये पड़ा बहुत खाली पैनल का नाम लेना तो अपना कोई नीचे नहीं है पैनल में आजकल नहीं अपना खाली पैनल का नाम लेना था बाकी थॉमसन घर के लिए बेस्ट है कल 29,000 की आ गई। हाँ, और 80 कौन सा बैंक है जिसको 1500 का ऑफर?
एक्सिस होगा
नहीं, एक HDFC जैसे नाम है
ये नया
एक बैंक आया उसका।
HDFC
हाँ जी, कैमरा थोड़ा टेढ़ा सीधा करो आप। मतलब व्यू ले लेता हूँ मैं, व्यू दे रहा हूँ आपको। ये देखो, आप तो इसको लेकर चलो, इसको इस पट्टे को लेकर चलो। थोड़ा सा अलाइनमेंट कर देगा, थोड़ा सा देखो ऊपर वाला में माइनर सा। आपको
चेहरा वगैरह क्लियर है क्या बताऊँ
को लेते हो जाना उससे, अभी के बाद हमने कॉन्टेक्ट देना, वो डेपो ले जाना। अभी तो वहाँ बैठा है उधर ऑडिटोरियम में। हाँ ठीक ठीक। हेलो, अंदर हो गया क्या है वो? कोई है कोई? हैं? एकदम करा नहीं? अच्छा, राहुल भाई काम कर देखो तुम तो बोले। हाँ ओके, हाँ तो फोन करूँ इसमें से और मुझको नहीं पड़ा ना, जब तक हेलो हेलो, हाँ घर है तो विजय हो गई विजय आओ अभी विजय नहीं होगी तो क्या है? दोनों ले जाए दो सही टाइम में वो डेल का डेल डेल ब्लैक वाला मेरे को करोगे। हाँ सही बात है। वो लगे हुए हैं दोनों कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम तेरे को क्या हो रहा है तो हाँ तो यूँ तो चल जाएगा ना, बॉर्डर वगैरह तो चल जाएगी नहीं। हाँ चला एक बार कल परसों अपन फॉर्मेट करवा दूँ ठीक है। हेलो हेलो, हाँ बोल कितनी बड़ी? हाँ रेंज वाला चैन क्या लगा उसको तैयार कर दिया थोड़ा उसके बाद उसका रेकॉर्ड करना दिक्कत करेगा। हेलो 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 ना जियो कर हाँ अगर भी हो गए हाँ बोल में हाँ बाकी सुन दो जाए चाय दो चाय खा लो ना। अरे हमारा खाना ट्रेन ही खाना ट्रेन चालू सुबह साउंड एलईडी वगैरह का कुछ समझ नहीं ना मतलब जो मिल जाएंगे हाँ हाँ मैंने कम माल रहा करता हाँ हाँ sama mau nih tapi kan ini akan ini apa ada ini mas kalau kami yang ini order ada ini itu game itu sadar
Good morning to everyone. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. And should we start the session
Yes, sir, after 10 minutes.
after 10 minutes? Okay. हम लोग ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है.
एक मिनट ऑफ करके ऑन करो।
स्टील के साथ मेन ऑर्गेनाइजर
मेरे तो हैं वापस सही है सही आ रहा है। इसके अंदर वो है, इसके अंदर तो ये स्क्रीन दिख रहा है, रिपीट हो तब गड़बड़ है। चालू थोड़ी हुआ
दंगे करवा के मानो
ये चालू थोड़ी हुआ बोला ना वापस ऑन करें। ठीक है ठीक है।
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Should we start the session?
Yes, we are going to start.
Welcome on day 3 of this national conference. And today's theme is social inclusion and policy in maize research and development. And on behalf of organizer, I welcome co-chairs, Dr. Minu Srivastava and Dr. Nepalia.
Hello, Ramesh.
Please take your seat on dais.
Ramesh.
जी सर. हाँ सर.
हेलो.
हेलो.
एक मिनट. हेलो.
हाँ डॉक्टर साहब.
हाँ, 1 मिनट. Good morning, esteemed delegates. I welcome Dr. Ramatar Kaushik ji, respected Director Extension Education, MPUAT, kindly co-chair this session, and क्या करूं, एक तरफ से कह रहे हैं, एक तरफ से मना कर रहे हैं. Who? Sir? Okay. I also request Dr. Ramesh Kumar and Ganpati Mukri to convene the session. Dr. Bharat Bhushan and Manish Dagla, they are the rapporteur. Today's theme is social inclusion and policy in maize research and development. Sir, please. आपके पास प्रोग्राम है? ये देखिए. हाँ, रमेश को बोल दिया. हाँ. क्या? हाँ, रमेश. Ramesh, you are online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Welcome, Dr. Kaushik, chairman of this session, and my colleague, Dr. Bharat Bhushan and Manish Dagla, perhaps they have still not joined, and I request them to join the program so that they can take note of this session. And now I would like to hand over the mic to chairman of the session, Dr. Kaushik, so that we can start the session. Kaushik, sir, please.
Good morning, Dr. Huda. Participants के presentation की list सभी हैं ये.
सोशल इंक्लूजन ये आपका और की नोट के लिए डॉक्टर साहिब
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I thank the organizer, particularly Dr. Sai Das, President of the Maize Technologist Association of India, for giving me this opportunity. Friends, I think already we are a bit delayed. Without much formality, we should start the session. And the theme of the session is the social inclusion and the policies in maize research and development. This is the theme of the today's this session. And there are the first key speaker, our renowned maize technologist, maize scientist, and ex-director of Central Institute, this maize, Dr. Sai Das is the key speaker for this session. So without, I think Dr. Sai Das doesn't need any introduction, and all of you are well aware that he has contributed a lot in the field of maize, and he will throw some light on the policies and research direction on which maize research needs, the focus on which we should, the maize group should focus on the points where research is needed. So I invite Dr. Sai Das, the key speaker, first key speaker of this session. Dr. Sai Das, please. His topic is maize-based cropping system, diversification, and sustainability. Dr. Sai Das will speak on maize-based cropping system, diversification, and sustainability. Dr. Sai Das, please.
Respected Chairman, sir, and our fellow delegates, thank you very much, Chairman, sir. We have troubled you in the morning to become partner of this program and participate and share your views and our views. Now, the maize-based cropping system, diversification for sustainability, why this topic is required and why this issue is needed in this country with the change scenario.
Yes.
क्या करना मुझे पता मैडम Okay. The major issue today is groundwater or surface water. Though there is enough water in this, on the earth, but usable water is the issue. Now, with this present cropping system, particularly in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, and other parts of the country also where the rice is continuously grown in both the season, Rabi and Kharif, the water is not only depleting, but at the same time water is getting contaminating and cropping system is going to disturb and environment is also going to be affected, which is with the water, human health, animal health, environment health, and everything is affected. With the result, soil, when we pump the water, sometimes the soil is, the water is good quality, sometimes water is poor quality. And the soil is also, soil health is also affected. And whatever we grow in the soil, a lot of residuals go with our food chain, food material, and they also affect our human health. If you see, in Eastern India and some of the southern states, people have been growing rice after rice, and in the monsoon period, rice is okay. But rice is a crop recommended for those areas where rainfall is minimum 1200 millimeter. If you see the Punjab, Haryana and Western UP is not a suited place for rice cultivation. Even then we have been growing. That was our compulsion. Food security was issue and good varieties of rice came and the technology and government policy was like this, that to procure it and food security issue was to be addressed. Now, with this result, our groundwater has not only lowered, but our groundwater has also become contaminated with certain heavy metals. And in certain part of the country, when we pump the water through use of diesel, when there is no shortage of power, then cost of cultivation of rice is also becoming very high. Another issue is climate change, temperature rising. And everybody says that we are going to suffer. But there are certain crops, they are getting advantage also, like cereals, C4 crops, millets, maize, sugarcane. they are not going to be affected with it. The place where we are sitting, Rajasthan, that is Banswara. With the rising temperature, the wheat productivity is 1.86 few years back it was. And maize productivity is more than 7 ton. So with the rising temperature, maize has entered in the Rajasthan Banswara belt to help the farmer and improve the economy. Then certain pockets in Maharashtra and Vidarbha belt, long duration crop like sugarcane. And farmers are suffering like anything with sugarcane and cotton crop. In Maharashtra and Vidarbha belt, some pockets, and Madhya Pradesh, after September there is no rain. The sugarcane becomes stunted, used as only fodder. And cotton balls start shedding because when there is no rain, then it becomes only fuel. So you get fuel and fodder, but you don't get feed, food and finance. So then what is the fate of the farmer? You can know the cases in Vidarbha. So they were advised, you grow those crops which are within the limit of the rains, and you get food, feed, fodder and finance also. So maize has shifted, and some time back the Maharashtra had a 37% of growth rate in area. Groundwater, chemical are also responsible with which water which take for food or animal health. Again, so many cancer cases from Bathinda, we have been listening, a cancer train from Bathinda with the rice cultivation. Then in peri-urban pockets, the burning rice has become very issue. And we have certain crops. If we grow them, only the peri-urban pockets can be pollution-free, rice burning issue not there. We can grow for certain vegetables. And there are certain big cities, their demand is vegetables. Because nothing is grown in the urban cities, they are dependent on the rural nearby area of the city to meet the requirement. These are the issues. We need crop diversification to save water, human health and environment pollution. Why we need diversification? That is, sustainable agriculture is the most important. If it is not there, then our soil will become barren, groundwater will not be. My professor 50 years back raised question to the irrigation student of agronomy when the canal was having just 20 feet of groundwater, when the canal is going to be desert. And everybody laughed at him. But today, in some of the pockets of canal, the water table has gone more than 200 feet, even 300 feet, and even submersible tube have failed. And that was 50 years back story when he told. Now today we are realizing it. Then in certain pockets where the groundwater is not good quality, the waterlogging problem is coming. In Haryana we have seen certain pockets due to poor quality groundwater, either waterlogging condition or salinity has developed. And with the continuous, our wheat rice system in western UP, Punjab and Haryana, and use of indiscriminate chemicals, our biodiversity is being affected, whether insects and certain friendly grasses which were used for animal as a food, fodder. We have to see that with this changed climate, we have to care our human health, soil health and environment health. So we have to adopt such system so we all have the win-win situation. And we have to also save our natural resources, and their efficient use is very important. With certain system, we go only one crop. For example, sugarcane, 12-month crop. Farmer don't have money, so he has to depend on the credit, either bank or to the commission agent on high interest rate. So if we have more number of crop, the farmer has money in their hand in shortest possible time. Then single crop always and never useful. In USA 75 and 70, monocropping and mono variety created severe. There was one paper in phytopathology that monocrop and mono variety created a lot of problem in USA with citrus concrete in citrus maize with seed cytoplasm, and then they said that we should have a diversified cropping system, we should have diversified varieties to save ourselves for a longer time. All these issues, they are concerned to our farmer, how we have to increase the income. We are all talk, but we don't execute and implement. We think of that we have to double the income of the farmer or increase the income of the farmer. Without reducing the cost of cultivation of the farmer, you can never think of. So we have to see that we have to grow a crop with low cost, with high return, then and only then farmer income can be increased. Now I will speak on those systems which are today and what we system adopt so that we can increase the cropping intensity, we can reduce the cost of cultivation, we can increase the productivity, and we can increase the farmer profitability. Now, so far we have been rice wheat system in western, this part of Haryana, Punjab and western UP, and in the late 4-5 years back, we introduced moong. Earlier, farmer grow rice, wheat, and then keep the soil fallow and grow again rice, early rice. With early rice, then they will again go for second rice crop. The rice cultivated after potato harvest and this and that was all the pests and diseases, they were migrated to the major crop also. That was a threat to the major crop also. To avoid the system, we have certain crops like maize in those areas where water is scarcity, groundwater is going down, or there is upland area. We can put where the bajra is suitable, sorghum is suitable, maize is suitable. And then you can, after these two crops, even if you take wheat, 15 to 20% wheat yield is increased. Because bajra will be cultivated, harvested, or maize will be harvested, or sorghum will be harvested in the month of end of October. Early planting of October has advantage over wheat. Then after wheat harvest, you can go for moong, and moong also will get longer duration because one more picking of moong will be possible. So you can have long duration of wheat, long duration of maize, long duration of pearl millet where irrigations are there, and you improve the soil fertility, you increase the income, and you save the groundwater to the tunes of 90% power and 70% of the groundwater. With the result, the farmer situation is improved. You can go bajra, wheat, maize, or you can go bajra, maize, mustard, the most low cost in the pockets. Not much cost is involved. Just 1 kilogram of bajra, 1.5 kilogram bajra. Then half a kg of mustard, and then 7 to 8 kilogram of moong. What is the cost involved? No much fertilizer required, not much irrigation required, no much time is required, and you have soil fertility is improved. Then your oil, we are importer of the oil in this country. palm oil, useless oil. And with this model, this time in India, 24.5% wheat area is reduced and is occupied mustard. मेज का वो है नहीं, चलिए anyway, आ गया. Now, another model is wheat rice or sugarcane. You can have maize, wheat, and urd bean. And this can be possible in Maharashtra belt. And this model can also be maize, chickpea, and mung bean in Maharashtra. Even in Maharashtra, people grow maize with intercropping also. Intercropping of maize and chickpea. And with the result, you see, farmer of Vidarbha, Maharashtra, instead of growing long duration crop, they grow 3 crop and all the shortest possible time they got income in their hand. So this system, after September when there is no rain, in the residual moisture also, they grow chickpea, and then if 1 or 2 spells are available, or some people have water tank, and they can get moong also. Another in Maharashtra again, this cotton, even in Haryana also, we have introduced cotton in place of rice wheat. In Jhajjar belt of the Haryana, where the water table was going so up, so we gave this model to the government of Haryana, and the few blocks of the cotton growing area shifted to maize. This rice shifted to cotton. And then this pigeon pea, in certain pockets, we have now pigeon pea short duration variety also. They are harvested in the month of October end or November beginning, and we can go for wheat. And then after wheat, we can have the moong crop. Now this is a again issue in case of these states, Europe, Eastern UP, Jharkhand, Bihar, Rajasthan, Gujarat, MP. Here temperature is rising. People used to grow wheat, after rice wheat. Now they have shifted to maize crop. And with this, in this case, their cost of cultivation as well as yield product is low, but here maize productivity is very high. So little rising temperature is favoring maize, but affecting the wheat tillering and wheat productivity. In Madhya Pradesh, in 2016, the soybean crop suffered like anything. And maize was also suffering because the government was advising to the farmer go for early maturing varieties of 60 to 70 days. But there is no 60 to 70-day hybrid. Whatever local material they were promoting, that was getting arrested in high rains. In Madhya Pradesh, the rainfall is 900 to 1400 millimeter, and it is a big rain range. Then they were suggested you go for 90 plus high day hybrid, or 100-day hybrid, or 110 days hybrid. Within 3 years, the productivity and area of Madhya Pradesh has 7 lakh hectare to 13 lakh hectare. Productivity 1200 kilogram to 3 ton. And in some of the districts, the productivity is more than 5 ton. And one district in Madhya Pradesh, Chhindwara, that has the highest acreage, highest production and highest productivity in this district across the country. And then they put the name Chhindwara Corn City of India. And 80,000 farmers came when the maize day was celebrated by the 3 days celebration by the Madhya Pradesh government. Again, Maharashtra, I told that September, there is no rain. The beautiful cotton crop suffered. But if we have the maize, then chickpea, urd bean or mung bean, successive crop, the farmer income is increased and farmer is also very happy. This table, should have been earlier, but I was also not doing justice because maize was not here. Bajra came, but maize. I work in Bajra also. So in Haryana, Punjab and Western UP, this is a very popular modern rice wheat. Now they have introduced mung also. Now we put this maize in Haryana, the farmer average yield is 24 quintal per acre. And even Kharif season, farmer harvested up to 3 ton and 3.2 ton also. Because we today have the hybrid, which are released at the national level and notified up to 10 ton. So we recommended those hybrid where the water is available, soils are very plain, no flood situation. If you go with 9.5 to 10 ton hybrid, definitely you are going to go minimum 3 ton per acre in 100 to 105 days. And farmer have harvested it. And area in Haryana has also increased in maize. And then government was told you have to adopt the policy of procurement like wheat and rice. You have to purchase maize like wheat and rice. Then another model they were given, mustard. You have to purchase mustard also, and then you have to purchase mung also. So with this, we have saved 90% power and 70% water. And this triple M model in India has become very common in many parts of the country where we have been going rice wheat. Now rice, total country area has also reduced on wheat 24%, and area in other crops like mustard and pulses has increased. This model was very common in Andhra Pradesh before the introduction of single cross hybrids, because rice after rice was very economical. And Andhra is a seed hub of the all companies they have putting, and 100% area under single cross hybrid. Earlier the Karnataka was dominating in production, productivity and area also, but still the Karnataka productivity is almost same. There are certain reasons, and the Karnataka farmer has to think it over. Instead of going very long duration of hybrid, they have to think of medium duration hybrid so that the crop do not suffer, because most of the Karnataka area is under rainfall situation in Kharif season. But last week I was in Karnataka, 6 to 5 days at least. I saw beautiful crop of maize in Karnataka, single cross hybrid with high plant density, and all stages I got. I was sowing season I saw, knee-high stage I saw, flowering I saw, crop stage also saw. Now the area in Haveri belt and the Davangere is increasing like with single cross, but the productivity still, government has to think it is much more than what they are reporting across the country in case of maize. So in Odisha, hardly few acres. Now today Odisha has more than 3 lakh hectare area. Bengal, no people are growing maize, just few thousand. Today Bengal has 5,000 hectare land, 5 lakh hectare maize area. They were depending on for feed from neighboring state. Today they have sufficient corn for feed, and even they are supplying some of the corn to the northeastern states also. Andhra, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, they use grow after rice. Now they have, in some of the pockets, they have shifted, and Andhra is a seed production hub also, so more than 1 lakh hectare area under seed production is also in case of, which is never counted with maize. Area under sweet corn is never counted in maize area. Baby corn is never counted in maize area. And even popcorn area is not counted in area. Even fodder maize is also not counted area. If you think of 10 million hectare, what we say, the area is at least more than 11 million hectare, because if we can consider all these things also, in green ear cob, lot of green ear cob in different states, in the peri-urban pockets, not all are growing sweet corn, but green ear cob area is also not considered. Now West Bengal, Odisha are late introduction in winter maize, and Gujarat and Rajasthan also introduction in place of rice. Here, Rajasthan, Gujarat, in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, in place of wheat, they have shifted to maize with rising temperature. Now, in Karnataka, there is one district, Bidar, and farmer crop is suffering because they grow long duration crop of pigeon pea, and sometimes when they don't get the moisture, the pigeon crop suffered. So they have been told that, they were told that you can't grow maize, where the Bidar has more than 800 millimeter rainfall. And in Kharif season, rainfall is 693 millimeter. And 693 millimeter maize can easily be grown where the rainfall is more than 500 millimeter. So then we told them, okay, instead of taking risk, you grow maize with intercropping of those crops you are already growing, so that you can cover the risk. You can have the maize crop also, and you can have your other crops can also be cultivated, which are short duration. So there was a big meeting in Bidar. The Dhanka group organized this meeting. The Minister of the Chemical Fertilizer wanted to promote maize in their area. More than 1,500 farmers were there to take up this issue of diversification. Now, in Andhra, chili has suffered like anything. And the farmers have also suffered in certain pockets of Guntur district with certain use of spurious chemical to the by some of our industry friends, and the disease was not managed. So instead of going full pocket in one crop, and if they diversify the crop with intercropping, they can save their health with chemical. They are safer, then they can also get some income, they can also reduce the risk. Now, peri-urban pocket is our another issue where we generally grow rice wheat. The vegetable scopes are very much. Automatically, people will be saving water, power, and fresh vegetable to the urban people. And rice burning issue will also be over. Now, we are surplus country in case of rice is concerned and wheat is concerned. We don't have the stores to keep them. All the time government report 10% loss in rice, 10% loss in wheat. Haryana government purchase maize, they market it on a higher price than what they purchase from the farmer, with 14% moisture with proper storage condition. So if you can grow the vegetables in peri-urban instead of rice wheat, they can have the employment. They will not migrate to the urban. There will be no pressure on urban people. They will have the clean oxygen at their rural area, and they can also go for integrated agriculture, dairy, vegetables, then marketing and employment, and stay safely in the village itself. These are different models suggested for different states as per the resources available and efficient utilization of resources. If these are adopted, and they are being adopted also, then we can save water, we can save power, we can increase the income of the farmer, we can generate employment, and in certain cases, we can reduce the import like oil, and we can also increase the export of the maize demand heavily in different neighboring countries. They are looking towards the maize India because Indian maize is a non-GM, and strategically we are located in such a place, transport is very low as compared to the biggest trader in this world is USA, who has GM maize, and it is going. We can go for Indonesia, we can export to Malaysia, we can export to China, we can export to even Thailand, we can export to Vietnam, Myanmar, Lanka, Nepal, many countries where we generate forex also, and then palm oil, which is poorest quality. By introducing mustard in the system, you can reduce the import, and you can even export to the country like Bangladesh, your best quality oil, which they take it. So forex is increased, export is increased, import is reduced, economy is improved, farmer income is increased. With this, I think there is one government of Haryana policy. It is policy support is very important. Why rice and wheat became popular? Only because of the policy support. And now we are suffering also. If you do not think of the policy, government policy is uniform to all other crops, diversification is nowhere issue. Why the policy has by the different state government has made for rice wheat? Why not for other crops also? Automatically they grow wheat rice because they think that it will be procured by hook or by crook by less price or high price. For other crops, they have to move here and there. So if the uniform policy by different states as per their natural resources is adopted, there is no issue the crop diversification don't happen. Now Haryana, then they made a committee, myself, Dr. Shankar Lal, and one more scientist, we prepared, in 1 month we submitted a model to the state government, and we implemented the project. And the Chief Minister called us and we made the presentation to him also. We told 5,000, he said 7,000. He deposited 7,000 and we then told directly put in the accounts of farmer instead of saying this variety or that fertilizer, no. So they put directly in the farmer account, but they were asked, you will register that I will not grow rice, in place of rice I will grow chick, I will grow pigeon pea, I will grow oilseed crop, I will grow pearl millet, or I will grow maize, or I will grow cotton, but no rice. And they did it, and first year 1 lakh acre, due to corona, though it was a corona, 1 lakh acre shifted to from rice to maize, but last year it has increased further. So MSP should be for all the crops. Assurance procurement should be for all the crops, not only wheat and rice. Only 10% loss every year happening with wheat and rice. With this, government should create infrastructure. Let the government should give to the farmer credit by keeping their grain in the stores, and so that he can manage the next crop or manage the education of his children also. So it is the government policy which is responsible for diversification, for natural resource saving, and also we had given training also. Awareness program has to be there. Without awareness program, nothing happened. Though there was corona period, but we gave training to 150 department people, and farmers were also to be given, but due to corona, we did not give training to farmer. Then department people were asked, you go and educate to the farmer and may have the awareness program of the crop diversification. Now, what are the advantages of crop diversification? Almost it will be repetition. You are going to saving of natural resources for future generation. Otherwise, what kind of land and water we are going to give, they will curse us. Now, climate change is there. Everybody is giving warning to us with 1 degree, by 2050, the 5 degree, this degree and that degree. Our food crops productivity will go down. It is the 2-day time we have to think it. And the pollution, which is becoming a very severe, people are suffering from lung diseases and other cancer diseases that you have to see. And farmer environment-friendly cropping system, we have to adopt it so that we can increase the farmer income with short duration crops, income in their hand in shortest possible time. And with these crops, we can reduce only the cost of cultivation so that farmer income is improved with reducing the cost of cultivation. When we increase the cropping intensity with the same available natural resources, so soil fertility is also improved with certain crops like legumes, and our certain crops growing them, we can reduce our imports also. And by doing so, we are going to use efficient natural resources. Use of efficient natural resources is the only way with the crop intensity and following the proper cropping system. And some of the soils are being highly affected, and with this result, water is affected. So human health we have to save, animal health we have to save, soil health we have to save, and make the everything environmentally friendly. And some of the useful insect and grasses, they are going to be affected. Our biodiversity have to be saved. So we have to develop economically viable and environmentally sustainable cropping system. And this was the theme also of our topic, that how we have to save our natural resources, how we have to promote the industrial growth, and how we have to increase the farmer income. With it, I am thankful to you for, I must have taken some more time.
Thank you, Dr. Saidas, for a very crystal clear keynote address on diversification and how policy intervention can make a change. So I think there should be no questions, but even if anybody has any doubt or any clarification, need any clarification, we can take 1 or 2 quick questions. Anybody from the audience? If any question from, otherwise I think he has deliberated like a good teacher from right from why we need diversification, what is the importance on diversification, and with example he has narrated each and every, he has covered each and every state, I think, where we can, how we can proceed in diversification. And I congratulate Dr. Saidas for this policy intervention in state of Haryana, and by which he said that 1 lakh hectare has been from rice to maize or some other crops. So because rice is, and rice wheat rotation is imposing lot of threat to our cropping system and sustainability and to the environment. So anybody has any question? Most welcome. Yes, Dr. Barrett.
Therefore, maize and millets are the important, and they are respect very less. And on behalf of the audience, on behalf of College of Agriculture, I think thanks to Dr. Senda.
If not, then I think we have 2 lead lecture in this session. Both are present, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Premchand. Premchand is not here. Okay, okay. Then the second lead lecture is from Dr. Vijay Krishna. He will speak on social dimension for maize technology. Dr. Vijay Krishna, please.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank MTAI and Dr. Saindas for the invitation. The invitation was to assess the social and economic impacts of maize technologies. However, the literature in this regard is really scant. To elucidate, we had done a review of literature, systematic review of literature around a couple of 1 year back. And it was on farmer adoption, farmer use of maize technologies across the world, as per in CIMIT. We found that from Ethiopia and Kenya, there are around 30 publications done in the last 12 years. But from the entire South Asia, there were less than 5. That means that most of them were from Nepal. So when we are talking about maize technologies and socio-economic impacts, we need some backup, and that is not present so far. And that is mainly because of a skewed donor interest in international level. So here I am trying to present the findings from the latest our study, which is on the impact of expansion of maize in India. So you might have heard that already, that India is one of the major maize producers in the world. It is the 4th largest maize producer with respect to acreage after China, US, and Brazil. And around 5% of the global maize area is in India, and the area is really diverse with respect to production practices and both constraints and opportunities. And one good thing with the maize sector is that the demand is increasing consistently. In the last few years, the annual increase in the demand is around 11% per annum. And there is a domestic demand. And the international demand is also increasing, especially from countries like Vietnam and Malaysia. And it is going to increase further because of this ongoing war in Ukraine. Ukraine is one of the major maize producers and exporters in the world. And now I am not explaining further why maize is important in India, because Dr. Saidas has expressed that very clearly. And it has high importance from the point of view of farmer profitability as well as climate change. About 15 million farmers are dependent on maize cultivation the last couple of years back, and it has lower ecological footprint. And however, having said that, the maize productivity on average in India is much below the world productivity. Maize productivity in India is around 3 tons per hectare, which is only half of the world maize productivity. And Bangladesh, for example, we have seen that recently it has attained around 9 tons per hectare. So we have a long way to go there. So when we are discussing about the economics of expansion of maize, it is important to first establish the nature of expansion. So you can see that in the last 40 years, all the cereal crop area has been increasing, rice, wheat, and maize. But the percentage increase is largest in maize, around more than 400% in the last 40 years. And the expansion of maize production, that is grain production, not area. Grain production has increased 400%. It is relevant because of 2 major reasons. First, the expansion happened not only in terms of area, but also because of productivity. You can see that area during the last 40 years, maize area has increased by around 70%, but yield has increased 200% in India. So that as a result, the production has increased more than 400%. And second important thing there is that the increase is consistently going on, unlike in case of rice. Rice, as you can see, that area increase in the last 40 years was around 11 percentage. But in case of, and it has gone to a stagnation in the last 20 years. But in case of maize, on the other hand, both the area increase is around 51 percentage during the last 20 years, and yield increase is around 63 percentage. So, it's on actually. Oh, sorry, maybe I should come closer. Sorry about that. So the product, yeah. Hope it is clear now. Yeah. So the increase in the maize production is unique due to two reasons. First of all, that both area as well as productivity are increasing. Secondly, the increase is consistently going on for the last several years, and it is not, the trend is only increasing. And when coming to the problems of maize expansion, you can see that the majority of maize area is around 60% of the maize area is in the 6 states of India: Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, UP, and Bihar. And however, the productivity of these 6 states are relatively low compared to the next 4 major producers like Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, or West Bengal. And so the major producers are not the highest producers. There are several reasons, including the lack of irrigation, lack of proper varieties, etc. And coming to the economics of this expansion, according to the government data, most of the farmers, most of the states, the maize is profitable for farmers. And but however, the amount of profit that farmers are making varies significantly across the state. For example, in Andhra Pradesh, on average, a farmer is making 40,000 rupees per hectare. He was making in 2018, 2019. At the same time, in Rajasthan, it was 4,000 hectares. 4,000 rupees per hectare. That's only 1/10 of what an AP farmer was making. So this is partly due to the low productivity and partly due to higher cost of production. As you can see that in Andhra Pradesh, the topmost one, both productivity as well as cost are higher. However, the revenue is much higher compared to the cost. And on the other hand, in UP, both cost and production, both the revenue both are low, and that's why UP farmers are making only 7,000 rupees per hectare at that time. So, having said that one, maize is expanding in most of the areas. It's expanding in South India, it's expanding in Bihar, it's going from Kharif. Maybe the Rabi maize is expanding in Bihar. So what would be the livelihood impacts of this one? You may note that in most of these cases, most of these states, several of these states, maize is not used as a food grain. So it's more like a cash crop for them. And in that case, what would be the livelihood impact? Again, I am talking from the perspective of a food security change. And this food security impact due to the maize expansion could be, it's dependent on a couple of factors. One is that how this expansion happens, where this expansion happens. It can, if that is, the expansion happens at the cost of other food crops like millet, other coarse cereals or rice, or it is going to non-food crops and fallow land. The food security impact depends on this particular aspect. Second is the farmers' access to food markets. For example, if the access to food market is very low, the farmers, especially in some tribal areas, and the maize expansion happens substituting the food crops, then there could be a negative impact of this expansion on food security. farmers, for example, the farmers are traditionally dependent on millets, and then maize is being cultivated, and the market access is not that good. And because of these several reasons, the food security status could go down. But if it is not the case, if the access to market is reasonably good, and the maize is even replacing food crops, then the food security status could increase. So we have done this study in Bihar. We are doing a couple of projects in Bihar, so this was ideal for doing this particular study. The objective was to assess the livelihood impact of maize expansion in the state. We used the data collected, household survey data collected in last year, so it's very fresh now. We covered 10 districts of Bihar. All the agroecological zones of the state are covered. We have gone to 40 villages, and 1,700 households were randomly selected and interviewed, and both male and female heads of the households were interviewed. And this sample included both farmers and non-farmers, like non-farmers means agricultural laborers, and farmers included maize farmers and non-maize farmers, and non-maize farmers were mainly wheat-growing households. So coming to why Bihar, Bihar has witnessed sort of a corn revolution in the last 15 years. Corn revolution, put in the parentheses, so the quotation marks, because it was used widely by the newspapers and popular media. It's partly due to the relatively large maize area under irrigation and in good fertile soils. And there is a significant effect of private sector also in terms of seed companies who introduced single cross hybrids, and some companies which involved in procurement and international trade. And so the Kosi Basin has emerged as a corn belt. For example, the district like Araria and Madhepura, the maize productivity is around 3 times that of national average. However, in this particular state, the maize consumption is limited. Only 3% of farmers that we found consuming maize grains. So this is what happens in Bihar. In the study area, the Rabi maize is going up in the last 10 years, whereas the Kharif maize is diminishing in acreage. And the yield-wise also, the yield change is much more prominent for Rabi maize compared to Kharif maize. And these are something about the sampling, and around 27% of the sampled households were cultivating maize, and mostly after Kharif rice. Rice maize system was second most prominent system after rice wheat system. However, the consumption of maize is relatively low, only 3% consume maize. So then we asked the farmers, the respondents, about their food security standard, and we asked the question at the time of COVID. And most of the farmers, 98% of farmers indicated that their food security status is affected by COVID. And again, finding food security is difficult. It's inherently multidimensional, and we used food insecurity experience scale, which is a series of questions on their anxiety, insufficient quality of food intake, and scarcity. So we found that more than around 80% of the respondents indicated that they are anxious about availability of food during the previous 12 months, both men and women. And around almost equal number of people, around 80% of the households indicated that they had to compromise on the quality, type of food they are consuming, or during the last 12 months. And the scarcity, that means the reduction in the number of, the quantity of food, or that is actually the extreme level of food insecurity, was relatively low in the study area. However, this 40% that we have observed is significantly higher even compared to the many African countries. And the duration is also somewhat higher. Duration means we asked for how long you experienced that one. And we got that more than on average, around 1.5 to 2 months, the farmers experience that anxiety or lack of quality. So then we did propensity score matching to control for all the other factors like for family size, the farm size, then the other type of crop they are growing, soil fertility, etc., etc. So we control for all these household level factors that are observable and then estimated the impact of maize. And we found that maize is having a significant effect on food insecurity. Food insecurity is reduced. That means it's a good thing. The farmers who are cultivating maize who had a better food security status. And that was common for both male as well as female households. And for farmers as well as non-farmers. If you are compared with the non-farmers and farmers, then also the impact was significant. And it was the case also among the farmers. That means when maize is cultivated, especially the women members of the household indicated that they have a better household food security. And then we tried to see that whether there's an impact for the productivity of maize. We have divided the sample districts into two. One where the productivity is higher, 5 districts where the productivity is higher, and 5 districts where the productivity is lower. And we found that in the districts where productivity is higher, the reduction in food insecurity is also higher. That means maize productivity has a positive impact on food security, which is also a very good thing in favor of maize cultivation. So one may ask that, okay, this is the case with only maize or other crops. But we had 3 major crop types other than maize that's in the Rabi season. One is wheat, second is pulse, and third is other crops put together. And we found that the impact is mainly in case of maize, and for other crops, this food security impact was not that present. Wheat, we found that this marginally reduces. The one reason for that is that maize is actually the control group there. So coming to the conclusion of this particular study, we have to do additional analysis certainly, but we have a common notion that maize is not good for farmer livelihoods, farmers' nutrition, for farmers' food security. And so often the focus is gone for more nutritious crops, food crops, like millets. But it can happen that when the markets are present and the maize can generate significant income and ensure food security for farmers, and it should be an instrument for increasing food security in the rural areas. And we also found that the productivity increase in maize can increase the food security status. And so technology dissemination is an important element. I'm working with CIMIT now, and CIMIT is mainly focusing on Kharif maize for their breeding programs because the productivity levels are lower for there and it's more under drought-prone conditions. However, for Rabi maize, there are varieties being released for fall armyworm management. There are technologies for better agronomic technologies like zero-tillage maize and maize legume and intercropping, etc. And there are studies taking place on how to reduce aflatoxin incidence in maize. That's all for now. Thank you very much for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Krishna, for a very informative lead lecture on economics of maize expansion in India. He has narrated everything right from the status of maize in India and at what position we stand as comparison to our neighbors like Bangladesh and all those things he has narrated. And then the very good thing in the last, he has a very recent case study how the maize cultivation has an impact on the livelihood of the farmers in Bihar state. So if 1 or 2 quick questions, because of the time scarcity, we can have anybody has any question. So Dr. Krishna is ready to answer. Any question from the audience? If not, then thank you. With this, we are finished with the lead lecture. In this session, the organizer have 4 oral presentation. They have listed 4 oral. I don't know how many of them are present. The first is Mr. Jacob. First is not present. First presenter, Dr. Jacob, and his topic is access to maize genetic resources, the policy perspective. Online? Online, okay, okay. You may start.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir,
yeah.
can I start?
Okay.
I hope my slide is visible in the slide share mode. So I hope my slide is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, yes, ma'am. You may start.
Yes. A warm good morning to all delegates of the National Maize Conference and also to the respected dignitaries on the dais. So my presentation is on the topic, access to maize genetic resources, the policy perspective. And I represent the team from National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, the nodal organization dealing with management of PGR in India. Okay, I hope my slide is changed.
Yes, try to finish within 8 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. So our country's relevance in the context of PGR management is highly significant. It forms one among the 12 megadiversity centers of the world and has 4 major biodiversity hotspots within its geographic boundary. But as we know, the global pool of PGR are primarily conserved as ex situ collections in various gene banks, major being the CGR gene banks, which you can observe here based upon the strength of their collections. Now, among this ex situ global resource pool, maize genetic resources account for around 1 lakh accessions held by institutes or countries in the order shown here in table 1. CIMMYT Mexico as the largest collection, followed by USA, then Vavilov Institute, Russia, then Ukraine and Italy. For the same set of accessions, if you look at their provenance, the table 2, or the country of origin, irrespective of where it is now being conserved. Here we can see US origin material is maximum, and below that we have Ukraine, in addition to Mexico. But here, what is Latin American countries are big in number here, which definitely is anticipated in case of maize. But what should be noted here is the absence of national collection in any of the other Latin American countries, except perhaps Ecuador. And CIMMYT has taken a big share of that. The third table depicts the biological status of the conserved accessions, which shows a very high number of land races in the global pool. Now, this is the entire global maize collection. And here we can see that India is not represented, and this is because we are yet to port our national germplasm information onto this global Genesis platform. And there are some policy approval issues which should soon will be done, but this is an overall depiction. But still, we all know our national Indian gene bank collection of maize is very extensive and amounts to more than 11,000 accessions, which includes more than 2,000 exotic accessions and almost the same number of indigenous land races. The orange spots, which you can see on the map, indicate the collection sites of indigenous accessions being conserved in national gene banks since the last 4 decades. Now, all these resources spread across the globe are being accessed, exchanged, and utilized by various stakeholders under the umbrella of a set of legal instruments which keep on evolving over time. So today's presentation is primarily on that. If you look at this particular chart from left to right as a timeline, genetic resources initially had the status of common heritage of mankind. They're not defined by any political boundaries. That means there is free access to all. Now, in 1992, the Convention on Biological Diversity was brought into force, whereby we all know there was a paradigm shift in PGR policy. PGR resources became sovereign right of nations, and this convention covers it is pertaining to all genetic resources except human genetic resources. It is not restricted to plant. And the access and benefit sharing protocols under CBD was established in 2010 as the Nagoya Protocol. In 2004, a separate treaty, that is ITPGRFA, International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources, for food and agriculture. That was ratified, and this was done for ensuring uninterred access to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, because it was a general concern that the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, it should not have a negative impact on accessing material which is crucial for global food security. And in this, under the Act, 64 crops, which we refer to as Annex 1 crops, and they are the ones which account for 80% of plant-derived food, which define or dictate the food security of the world. So those which they were made freely accessible to all users in countries that have ratified the treaty. And this were placed in a separate pool, and that is what we call as the Annex 1 list. So the access in case of ITPG-RFA, we can say it is multilateral, whereas CBD has a bilateral system. CBD till date has been ratified by 196 countries and ITPG-RFA by 48 countries. India is signatory to both. Some prominent countries who are yet to sign the treaty are China, Mexico, Israel, New Zealand, and South Africa. Now, these 64 crops, I'm just taking a minute for the treaty. Now, these 64 crops under the multilateral system of the treaty, they comprise of 35 food crops and 29 forage species. So all CG center crops are by default included, except groundnut, soybean, and some tropical forages. Now, that is because in each case, one or few contracting parties to the treaty oppose their inclusion due to their national priorities, commercial interests. In case of maize, Zea genus is mentioned in the list, and 3 species are exempted, perennis, diploperennis, and luxurians, for similar reasons which I stated for the CG crops. Now, based on this, in the annex list, we have a total of 38,629 maize accessions, which are designated under MLS, Multilateral System for Exchange, for free access by all nations who are signatories to the treaty, and all available under a standard material transfer agreement. So what does this imply? Being a signatory to the treaty and accessing material from MLS. So if a researcher in India wants to access a germplasm accession in any foreign institute, including a CG center, and if the accession is designated under MLS of treaty, it can be accessed free of cost. Institutes have their handling charges, but I'm telling cost of the germplasm. So once received, the researcher can use the material for developing and commercializing new varieties, but they cannot restrict availability of the material received in that particular form. That particular germplasm's availability cannot be restricted. Now, the developed material, if they want to protect it, then they have to make a payment to the MLS, which will go to the treaty fund. Any material that is outside MLS, that has to be procured under the provisions of the CBD using Nagoya Protocol guidelines. So India's national legislation under the CBD, it is the Biological Diversity Act, which comes under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Forest. It has National Biodiversity Authority in its apex body. We have state biodiversity boards at state level. And under that, the all-powerful, these biodiversity management committees, and the number is extensive in India. So this, for a researcher like us, in the major role of BD and NPA is in the exchange of germplasm for research purpose. And so this, let us try to understand. Now, for a researcher to share his or her genetic resources that is not designated under MLS, which is the case in maize. Maize accessions are not designated. The crop is there in Annex 1, but India has not designated any accession in MLS. So in that case, and also if other countries who have not designated, from there, if we have to give out or take the material. So when we have to share a material with a foreign university or individual, then we need to be aware of NBA's regulatory policies, and there are defined protocols for export. So in 2 cases, if the applicant is an NRI or is a company with non-Indian participation, or we are sending it for a project which is not in collaborative mode, then direct application has to go to NBA. Now, in case of a collaborative research, application or processing is facilitated by NPPGR, of course, with permission approval from ICR DARE. Now, if it is an MLS designated accession with a foreign researcher is asking from your crop institute, then it will be dealt by, permission has to be sought from Department of Agriculture, which is the nodal point for treaty. And because of this, often beneficiaries of the treaty, they complain that these multiple guidelines and these multiple ministries, like CBD dealt with Ministry of Environment and Forest, treaty dealt with Ministry of Agriculture, and that at times becomes an impediment for smooth access of resources. Now, as mentioned before, the access and benefit sharing mechanism for CBD material is as per Nagoya Protocol, and it involves two clauses. The provider country you have to obtain a prior informed consent, PIC, from the provider country, and also mutually agreed terms should be worked out. And the provider country has to notify the supply to the central ABS clearinghouse, access benefit sharing clearinghouse. User country has to do compliance monitoring with its individual or institutions. Now, the Nagoya Protocol has its own share of issues, major being the indigenous traditional knowledge because it is a part of the protocol, but there is lack of clarity. Secondly, one issue is, suppose if a cement material is of Indian origin and cement shares it with a European country and they develop a commercial variety out of it. So the question is, should there be an agreement between India and the European country, or should it be restricted to cement? Now, this is very important for India because most of the Indian origin material that today lies with the CG centers, it is a huge number, 8 to 10% of the total CG collection. They are all pre-CBD material. What does it mean? That means it does not come under the ambit of any of the legal instruments. And hence, we as a nation have been deprived of major benefits coming out of them. Now, I will conclude by highlighting some of our specific policy concerns. For treaty, there is a demand for revising the existing SMTA. Developing countries, including India, propose a subscription kind of system to ensure the returns or the benefits come back so that it will come back to our country. What is subscription system? Like a library subscription system where advance payment for a specific duration has to be done by users. But for this, do we have a system for estimating commercial value of our genetic resources? I would say not yet. Another issue being discussed is expanding the list of Annex 1 crops. Developed countries want more high-value crops, for example, vegetables, in the list of this MLS, but there is not much now. So the absence of such crops is a major reason why benefits of commercial product development is not being returned to treaty fund. India is open to full expansion, but demands more transparency in the benefit sharing mechanism. The third one and the most important emerging issue is that of digital sequence information, DSI. So in the current era, access to genetic resources is not restricted in the seed form, but includes sequence information as well. Developing countries are bargaining to bring DSI under the purview of MLS for benefit sharing, but there is strong opposition from developed countries and they have their valid reasons. Now, in the case of non-treaty material, the CBD material, India is yet to gain any monetary benefits from CBD, even after having large number of entries in the ABS clearinghouse. I would say one of the largest entries is from India. So the debates and discussions, they continue. But what is important is to have this narrative on access and benefit sharing in the mainstream and to sensitize stakeholders about it. So I consider this as one such opportunity. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice deliberation on the policy issues on genetic resources in case of maize in particular and all crops in general. I think those who are core breeders, they know all about almost all those things, but it's a very useful lecture for our budding students and the scientists who are going to be breeders in the future. Any questions because of the scarcity of time, may not be able to have many questions, but any one or two quick questions from the audience, if any. If not, then thank you very much. The next oral presentation is from Dr. Ajit Singh Tomar. He is Vice President Dhanuka, and he is going to speak on the maize management. So I welcome Dr. Ajit Singh Tomar for presentation, please. I think all of you know him. He doesn't need any introduction. So without much formality, I straightway invite Dr. Tomar for presentation. And I also request to be try to finish within 8 to 10 minutes so that we can finish this session on time. Sir, please.
Yes, Dr.
Before that, so excuse me, we have a guest, Mr. Jaydeen Srivastav. He's a CGM NABARD from Jaipur. So on behalf of the organizer, this is the Maize Technologist Association of India, and from MTAI, we welcome you, sir, for sharing this session. And let's have a clap around for welcoming. Thank you. So now I request Dr. Ajit Singh ji.
Yes, Dr. Kaushik, respected Srivastav ji, and other faculty member and participants, good morning. So I have seen the series of lectures. Most of the lectures, they have already covered how to harvest the healthy maize crops, because maize crop is very important, and if you will see, many constraints are there. So if you want to harvest the good healthy crops or higher yield, you have to manage the weeds, you have to control the other insects. So we will discuss in brief about that. So these are the contents which I am going to present in brief. Like this maize, India maize acreage is around 96 lakh hectares. And it's 15 million farmers are engaged in maize cultivation in India. And India is the 6th in the list of top 10 maize producing country all over world. If you look at in Indian condition, AP, Karnataka are the leading producing maize states in India, and Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Rajasthan are other states. So maize qualifies as the potential crop for doubling Indian farmers' income. So if you look at the geographical zone of maize cultivation, we have divided into two distinct agroclimatic regions. One is the tropical regions, where it accounts around 55% and 60% of the total maize area under the production in our country. Subtropical regions, it accounts like 45% and 40% of total production of maize. So if you look at both the tropical zones and subtropical zones, in tropical zones we have Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, MP and Gujarat. And in case of subtropical zones, we have UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Punjab and Haryana. So because the plant health is very important, either you are doing the production of maize or you are cultivation any other crops. So we have to manage the plant health. If you are maintaining good health of the plants, ultimately you are going to produce the healthy yield. So we have a very good products for the root development, like we have the mycore. So it's sometimes we also called many mycorrhiza. So mycorrhiza, it's having almost 100 benefits. We always say it's a God gift which is given to us. So if we are going to apply these type of the products at the time of like maybe 15 days or 30 days after sowing, definitely it is going to increase the root, and once the healthy root is there, so plant will be more healthy. So we have another product which falls under the biostimulant category. It is like Dhanuvarsa, which is organic biostimulants, and it is based on the amino acids. It has a very specific and unique quality. If you are going to add this, it's normalize the pH of the water, and it's normalize the hard water into normal water. So if you can apply these products, so definitely it is going to increase the crop physiology, and finally it will increase the yield. Similarly, as we told, the weed management, weed is very important. If you are not going to control the weeds in your crop, so it is going to reduce your yield. So weed cause major losses in early stage, or in case of maize, as compared to later stage. They compete with the crop plants for nutrients, soil, moisture, space, and sunlight. So weeds lead to the reduction of the, finally is the crop yield. So if you will see here, we have the different type of the weeds like Cyprus rodentus, Digitaria. So both the type broadleaves and narrow leaf weeds we are having in maize cultivation. So it is necessary that we have to control all type of the weeds. Otherwise, they are going to compete with the main crops and they are going to have the negative impact on the yield. So this is one product which we have, Sempra. This is a specialist in India as well as in overseas country. It is the only product which is available globally to control the Cyprus rodentus. And we have given this, if you are going to apply this product as a post-emergence application, you are going to control Cyprus rodentus in your maize crop. So if you have seen many other weeds also, so you can add that atrazine in this Sempra. And you can control all Cyprus broadleaf weeds as well as the narrow leaf weeds. Then these are the, we have given how to apply these things, so no need to go in details. There is another one, this year recently we have introduced this product and we have received the regulatory approval from the Government of India. This is the very unique products which is going to control Cyprus rodentus, or broadleaves, or narrow leaf weeds in your maize crops. And this is the, has a very unique specialty products, systemic action, and it's more in the both the direction. And is a post-emergent selective systemic herbicides, and which control all type of the weeds in your maize crops, and it's provide longer duration control with foliar and soil residual activity. So like we have few disease also in maize cultivation, which is not the major issue, but if you will see the target insects, so stem borer normally, so you can control this stem borer, otherwise it is going to reduce your yield. Similarly, this downy mildew, which is not the major or serious disease in maize, but sometimes it affects your yield. Similarly, this fall armyworm is a very popular insect, and which is affect drastically the maize yield in major growing states of India. So we can control this fall armyworm. I'm not going to give you the details, the life cycle and all these things, which is already must be covered by the other speakers. And these are the few identification. It said 4 like the spots on the head. So you can easily identify this fall armyworm as compared to with any other Lepidoptera insects. So I'm not going to present this life cycle here. We have the control measures. If you want to control this fall armyworm, you have to apply Largo. And we have this Largo 11.7% SC formulation. And it is very effective in controlling fall armyworm. So when to apply, once you will see the incidence, immediately you have to apply these insecticide to control fall armyworm. And the dose of this is 100 ml per acre in 200 liter of water. This is the various spray schedule which we have given the effective control of fall armyworm, so that you can control this and you can reduce the maize losses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tomar, for providing a very informative information about the inputs which can no doubt enhance our productivity as well as the quality of maize. And from my personal experience, I can say that this motha is a very obnoxious weed, and it was very difficult to control it. And I personally have used your product, this Sempra, and it's very effective in case of this motha. And likewise, this fall armyworm, I think it's a major threat to the maize. And from farmers' point of view, I can say that this is the most problematic thing they have to face. And to be honest, I don't have any statistics on how effective your product is. But I think definitely you have done a lot of research and come out with this product, and if it works, then it will be a boon to the farmers for the maize growers. So with this, if there is any question, one or two questions we can have from the audience. Otherwise, I think everything was very nicely presented by Dr. Tomar. So any student or any audience, any scientist have any questions? Yes, please.
Yes, because as I told, that we have recently got the approval from government, the Cornex, which can control your motha as well as your doob and other narrow and broadleaf weeds. Maybe I think next month we are going to launch this product in the market.
Thank you, Dr. Tomar. Thank you very much. Now the third speaker, we have Dr. H.S. Nayak. Is he present or online? Online. He will present online. And the topic is optimization of resource use in cereal-based cropping system. So, Dr. Nayak, I think you are aware that we are shortage of time, and your topic is very interesting. So try to finish within 8 minutes so that we can complete our session on time. So you may start now, please.
So thank you, sir. First of all, good morning.
Your slide is also visible, so you can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, all the dignitaries and colleagues and senior juniors present in the conference. So my topic is optimization of resource use in cereal-based cropping system using big data, and my focus will be on deductive approach using econometric tool. So this is I must say, is a interdisciplinary research. What we are doing means we are conducting research in the research stations, and we are advocating it to the farmers. And we are not seeing whether in the farmers field our technology is achieving high resource use efficiency or not. So definitely in the past, we have faced many challenges for which we need sustainable intensification as well as diversifications. We know that in Punjab and Haryana, the rice water productivity is very low, and the water table is declining at a much faster rate. So government is declaring more and more darker zone where rice cultivation is banned. At the same time, farmers are installing heavy power pump to withdraw the water. So in this way, the energy burden and resource burden is increasing to the farmer, as well as subsidy burden is increasing to the government. And another issue, residue burning, as well as the threat to the soil biological and physiochemical health. This is mainly because of intensive delays, non-recycling of the organic residue, etc., which is deteriorating the soil health. At the same time, overuse of imports, if not used judiciously, will definitely aggravate the environmental pollution issues, because the production and transportations as well as the application of these imports to the soil emits greenhouse gas from the soil. At the same time, we should be prepared for future climate extremes, so that our system must be resilient to face these face these hurdles. So the question should be, can our future food be produced with least environmental impact? So many studies have advocated diversifications from rice to other crops, etc. But I don't think this is the sole solution, because we cannot trust to the farmers. As well as if we diversify also, then also we should explore the sustainable intensification options. So what is sustainable intensification? Sustainable intensification is production of more from less land per drop of water, per unit of fertilizer and pesticides, per unit of energy, and per unit of carbon emissions. So coming to the sustainable intensification in cereal-based systems, now we should follow a different approach. We should collect what is the farmers level data, means what is the yield level achieved in the farmers field, what the input apply. So from this we can do definitely answer many research questions, like what is the current yield gap level in cereal-based cropping systems in northwestern Indo-Gangetic Plain particularly, or all over India. Also we can answer that. And what fraction of yield gap is accounted to resource use, technology, and efficiency of resource use. And what should be done for sustainable intensification? It is basically a trade-off analysis between productivity and resource use. So I must highlight that all we target is the some fraction of the potential yield. So potential yield is definitely limited by water and nutrient conditions in the farmer field, as well as presence of weed, pest, and diseases, which reduces the yield. And what farmer attain, it is called as the actual yield. So definitely every farmer could not attain same level of yield because their biophysical condition is different. So we must identify the field level factors which is declining the farmer's yield. So we need a different approach, a deductive approach from the big data. It means we should have alternative analytical techniques which gives more insight from the farmer level data. Suppose I must
Hello, Dr. Naik, you are not audible. Hello, Dr. Naik.
Means production frontier indicates this is the maximum possible of the input. So the difference between YTX and YHF is due to difference in the resource use. So the YTX farmer is applying less level of input as compared to YHF. So this level of yield gap is called as resource yield gap. And after that, another farmer, suppose which is operating on the frontier and which is operating below the frontier. And this difference is due to the efficiency of the resource use. So we can say that this is the efficiency yield gap. So you must identify in the farmer field what is this level of yield gap and what factor is creating this level of yield gap and whether this should be closed for sustainable intensification. Now, my second and last research question is why farmers are less efficient in resource use. We should identify this. Classify farms as efficient and less efficient by peer-to-peer comparisons and determination or identification of management practice having an edge to improve energy use efficiency, or we may generalize resource use efficiency. So for this also the same approach we can follow. We should select an input intensive tract and we should survey the farmer. We should prepare an inventory of inputs used and energy output. And this we can done we can do definitely using ODK, means digital data collection approach. Nowadays CISA, CIMIT and other CGI research platforms are using this approach to collect the data. And after that, definitely data cleaning approach is required. After that, we need to compute energy input from the different operations as well as the energy output. And after that, the analysis, again, we can use this frontier approach. Here, we can fit a global frontier as well as some district specific frontier. Suppose MDES is the global frontier, which depicts the relationship between the input use as well as the output. And the GGDES and CCDES is the district specific frontier. And this signifies the potential of a districts, because all districts have different biophysical conditions, might have different biophysical conditions and socioeconomic conditions. So this frontier indicates the potential within a district for improvement in the resource use efficiency. Similarly, we can say that suppose this is district CCDES, it is more close to the meta frontier. So here we can conclude that this district has limited scope for further improvement in resource use efficiency as compared to GGDES, which is very far from the meta frontier. So we proposed the methodology where we can use bootstrapped data envelopment analysis as well as meta frontier approach along with right truncated regressions, because this gives us the efficiency score of each of the farms, and we should relate it to the management practices whichever what farmers have adopted. So in this way we can answer what are the indicator which presents energy use pattern, and we can classify based on the efficiency score who are the more efficient and who are the less efficient farmers, and what should be the optimum management level in any production system to achieve energy saving as well as the resource saving, and what are the determinants of energy savings. So based on the time constraints, I am not showing any results, just I propose the methodology, and this can be adapted in any cereal based cropping system to answer these questions and to achieve sustainable intensifications. So thank you for your kind attention and patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for speaking on a very relevant issue. But I personally feel that most of we scientists
are not much trained on this issue, and we need a lot of training on this issue. So how we can handle big data and in the real resource management, it can be useful. So it's if any question from the audience, otherwise we can move to the next speaker. So thank you, Dr. Nayak. Now we move to the next speaker, and the next speaker is Momita. Momita, and topic is need for assessing soil potassium supply capacity in the for conservation of agriculture based maize wheat system. She's also online. So you may start now. Your slides are visible. Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Try to finish in 8 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I welcome one and all present over here. My name is Momita Ash, and today I'm going to present on the topic of need for assessing soil potassium supply capacity in conservation agriculture-based maize wheat system. As we all know, the potassium actually is not a structural component of the plant cell, but it plays several regulatory roles in the plant, like resistance to biotic abiotic stress, transport of water and nutrient, maintenance of the cytoplasmic pH. It activates more than 60 enzyme. It also reduces the lodging and winter hardiness. If we see the potassium concentration in the healthy plant, it varies between 1 to 5%. And the maize wheat system, that is the third most important cropping system, covering around 1.8 million hectare area, contributing 3% of the food grain basket of India. It is estimated that 15.9 kg of potassium would be required to produce 1 ton of maize grain. So the Indo-Gangetic plain, the alluvial soil is actually very high enough in the non-exchangeable potassium because it is enriched in elytic minerals. So the farmers of the Indo-Gangetic plain hardly apply potassium fertilizer. So the negligence towards the potassic fertilizer actually leads to the potassium mining. Now, what is this potassium mining? As we know, the hydrolysis of mica it actually yields the illite and subsequently to the vermiculite, and the potassium content is step by step it's declined from 10% to it is generally become less than 2%. So if this mineralogical transformation, if we do not apply externally the potassium, this transformation will become irreversible. So it leads to the degradation of the mica structure, that is known as the potassium mining, and this has resulted in about 10.2 million ton of year of potassium depletion with a mining index of 8. And in Indo-Gangetic plain, this mining index is highest in Haryana, that is 105.7, followed by Punjab 40.7 and UP 15.6. Now, in the context of crop residue burning, that is very much common in the NCT, Delhi NCT region and the Punjab, Haryana. The term conservation agriculture is very common to us, and it generally comprises of three principles, that is crop diversification and minimum soil movement. And the third principle is the permanent soil cover, that is at least 30% of the soil should be covered with the crop residues. It has several advantages, just like controlling of weeds, and it allows the balance between the residue production and the residue use, and also it enhances the carbon sequestration and restoration of the soil organic matter, and enhancing the water infiltration. So how this conservation agriculture is important in enhancing the potassium availability? The cereal straws have a much higher potassium content, that is 1.2 to 1.7%, and approximately 75% of the potassium taken up by the cereal crop remain in the crop residues, making them an valuable nutrient sources. So if we see the potassium dynamics in the soil, so the micaceous minerals or the feldspar actually withers and it forms the non-exchangeable potassium, and it is in a dynamic equilibrium with the exchangeable potassium and the solution potassium that comprises the available potassium pool. So from where the plant actually meets their potassium requirements. So the crop residues in which the potassium is actually present in the elemental form, it enriches this available pool of potassium. So the most common method that is used nowadays to assess this available potassium is the extraction with the neutral normal ammonium acetate. But this measure is inadequate when the soil is very high enough with the illitic and the vermiculite mineral that has a high fixation capacity, and the soil with the intensive cropping like maize. So the potassium supply capacity parameters. Now, as we know, the most of the potassium supply capacity parameters, the most popular one is the quantity intensity relationship, because the potassium bioavailability is not only dependent on the available pool of potassium, but also the amount of potassium that is adsorbed on the soil, that is the quantity factor, because the amount of potassium that will be available in a due course of time, and the immediately available potassium pool, that is the intensity factor, which was given by Piquet 1964. So if we see this typical Q by I relationship, the y-axis depicts the del K, that is the change in the adsorbed potassium, and the y-axis, and the x-axis depicts the activity ratio of potassium, that is the activity of potassium in relation to the calcium and magnesium. And this non-linearity is due to the non-exchangeable potassium or the specifically held potassium in the minerals. The another two parameters that are used nowadays, that is the release threshold concentration and the fixation threshold concentration. The release threshold concentration is what? That is the concentration in the soil solution when goes below a certain value, the intermediate potassium will release. And the fixation threshold concentration is the soil solution potassium concentration above which the fixation process actually initiates. So, Singh and co-worker in 2018 has studied the effect of conservation agriculture in reducing the potassium mining. So, irrespective of the system, that is the transplanted rice followed by conventionally tilled maize and the zero-tilled direct seeded rice, zero-tilled maize, in both the cases, they have found that the application of both residue and the potassic fertilizer actually resulted in the positive potassium balance. And even if the potassium is not applied, only the residue actually minimizes this negative potassium balance. And when we actually compare with the treatments where only potassic fertilizer are applied without any residue. So, Villiers and Barbianis actually have found that the potassium supply capacity parameters that are the ultimate determinant of potassium availability. Now see, they have actually conducted an exhaustive pot experiment with 20 different soils collected from the different region and different orders, and they have found that in two soils, that is the initial soils and in the depleted soil, we can clearly found from this graph that the total K concentration is almost nearly equal in both the cases, but the available potassium and the non-exchangeable potassium has increased in case of depleted soil. So from where this excess amount of potassium is actually coming? This is coming from the degradation of the micaceous mineral. So this experiment also reflected that the determination of this available potassium is not sufficient to actually depict the bioavailability of potassium or to the soil health. So we can conclude like that कि conservation agriculture has the potential to significantly reduce the potassium mining in soil. Information on potassium supply capacity under conservation agriculture, particularly in maize wheat system, is scarce. In majority of such studies, available potassium is estimated. So in the policy point of view, if we for issuing the soil health card, they are only estimating the available potassium. So that is not actually parallel to the soil health parameter. So the bioavailability of potassium can be clearly depicted by assessing the potassium supply capacity parameters, that is the quantity, intensity, release threshold, and the fixation threshold, which ultimately helps in the fertilizer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Momita. She spoke very nicely about the potassium and how we can mine it and about conservation agriculture. As all of you know that potassium is very important as far as quality is concerned, and the second is it also provides resistance under adverse conditions to the plant also. So any question from the audience? Otherwise, she was the last speaker in this session. If not, then we conclude this session. You want to say something, convener? Conclude? You want to say something? So it's, I think after every speaker, I have given some of my suggestions, comments, and all those things. In this session, we had one key speaker, and that was delivered by very eminent scientist, Dr. Sai Das, and he cleared each and every aspect on that, is how maize diversification and policy intervention can help in the saving our environment and all those things. Then we had one lead speaker, and he also spoke a lot about the case study in Bihar about how maize can help the livelihood, and then we had the 4 oral presentations. So in overall, it was a very nice session, and we covered a lot of issues about policy diversifications and livelihood, and then how these our private sector input delivery and all those things we have covered, and in the last, the potassium and conservation agriculture. So I am very much thankful to the organizer, particularly Dr. Sai Das, for providing this opportunity for me. Basically, I'm a horticulturist, but now I'm dealing in this extension education, and I'm the director, so I have to handle a lot of all these crops also. So definitely, I'm wiser, much wiser after this 1.5 hour discussion on various issues, and particularly the maize being a very important crop for this zone. It's about more than 80% of the area during Kharif is under crop in this region. So I'm very much thankful to the organizer, and I think the session took a little bit more time, but that we will try to compensate in some other session. And secondly, we are very fortunate enough that CGM NABARD, Mr. Srivastav is also with us, and he will speak in the valedictory function. And as far as our extension is concerned, sir, we have a solar tree plantation with NABARD. It's a nearby village, Madar. And it is the first thing that we have that type of system, and the whole electricity supply of this school is being met out of that solar tree, and it was financed by your bank. So on behalf of this is for the information of all those who are here. Otherwise, our whole university knows it, that you are helping like anything, and I think in this workshop also you are helping. So I'm thankful to you, sir, also. So with this, with the permission of the president, we may conclude here, sir. Or, the convener want to say the vote of thanks. He want to propose vote of thanks. And after this, we will have a tea break. Okay.
Directly, I think. Yeah. With this, we are coming to.
Yeah.
Next. No. Just I sent over.
He want to say.
Yeah, with this, we are coming to the end of this session. I proposely thank Dr. R. Kaushik ji, Director Extension Education, MPUT Udaipur, and also Chief General Manager, Mr. Jaideep Srivastav ji, for sharing this session and conducting the proceedings very nicely. And thank you once again. Yeah, there is a tea break, and after that, we'll continue the panel discussion.
15-minute tea break, then the next session will start here. हमारे चेयरमैन भी आया
तब मैं नहीं था, मैंने अभी अक्टूबर में ज्वाइन किया, लेकिन उसके बाद मैं 2-3 बार गया हूँ, देखा।
कौन बैठेगा?
कितने बंदे हैं आप? फोटो कितने चाहिए? 7 चाहिए? एक मंगा देता हूँ। ये कितनी चाहिए? एक ही और चाहिए, एक ही और चाहिए।
7 चाहिए, एक और लेने के लिए हो जाए। हाँ
सर किस किस को बैठा रहे हो? मॉडरेटर कौन होगा?
सर अब कितने बैठा हो?
7 मेंबर्स।
हाँ
7
कौन?
वो सर को पता है।
पैनल सेशन में
ये पैनल सेशन बता रहे। सुनो सुनिए।
पैनल डिस्कशन में क्या है?
जैसे ये बीच का है ऐसे ही फोटो करवाए एक टिकट तैयार करेगा डिसाइड की टोटल वैल्यू में और आइटम का आपका लेना
कॉपी करवा दिए थे जोशी साहब के पास जोशी उनके डेस्कटॉप पर शेयर हाँ बिल्कुल सब देखेंगे आप
हाँ ठीक है 7 ठीक है 7 तो
ट्रिक नो
सर ये तो ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन करेंगे
अच्छा अच्छा नबार्ड वाले
3 4 5 6 7 8 लिखना था मैंने अभी 7 है ना
अच्छा हाँ ठीक है ठीक है
एक और
आठ है, ये तो ऑनलाइन है।
ये सब देसी मंडल इधर हो जाएगी।
तो इसमें तो सबसे पहले डॉक्टर साईं दास से शुरू करा देंगे बोलना ओपन का। पहले बोला कि स्टेज पे कम ऑन डेस्क डायस का। हाँ
यहीं से बोलते
हाँ हाँ
माइक दे दो।
ठीक
आप जैसे किसी को बोलोगे इसके बाद ये से ऐसे होगा वो बोलोगे नहीं तो ये इससे बोलते।
ठीक ठीक
ठीक है
ठीक। Good afternoon to everybody. Now we are going to start our next session, and that is on panel discussion. And the topic on this is roadmap on maize for sustainability and resilient production and inclusive value chain system in India. On that we are going to deliberate, and in this we have 8 panelists. So I request the panelists to join us on the dais.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Dr. Sai Das, Dr. Rajkumar Jat, Dr. Bijender Palji, Dr. Sadawud ji from CP Seeds, Dr. Ajit Tomar from Dhanuka, Surya Rao ji from Syngenta, and Dr. Ashish Srivastav from Koteva to please come on the dais. And make our sub-3C mandal complete, so that we can have a good roadmap for the maize for future secure food and nutrition security. I also request Dr. B.K. Tripathi ji from NABARD, so kindly join us from the online platform. He has already joined. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, all of you, for joining this very important session on panel discussion for roadmap for maize. Now I request Honorable Chairman, sir, to kindly proceed further. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. I think this is the soul of the whole conference. And from this discussion, we will deliberate on at what stage we are, and on what stage we have to reach in next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever the target the panelists will discuss. And what will be the mode and how we can reach that level, what will be our strategy, whether it is in terms of production, quality, policy issues, input delivery system, value addition, or whatever may be. I think I'm not that much expert on the topic, but our learned panelists will deliberate on these issues, and ultimately we will reach at a stage from where we can work from tomorrow onward for the betterment of our this overall maize research and development. So with this brief, I think all of you know about these our panelists. They are well known in their area of work. They doesn't need any introduction. So, and time is also a constraint. I think being the last day, everybody is in hurry to sum up it and to go to his or her place. So with this, I hand over to the president of this Maize Technologist Association in India, Dr. Sai Das, to proceed. Dr. Sai Das,
Sorry,
please.
sir. Before that, I would request Dr. Surya Rao also to join with us on the dais, please. Dr. Surya Rao from Syngenta.
I don't
Thank
know
you very
how
much, sir.
He has mentioned, but how I don't know how he has left.
Is Dr. Surya in the hall? No, okay. Let's go. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, sir. Dear colleagues, CGM NABARD and friends. Hello? Can you wait? I'm in a meeting, sir. तो आप आ जाइए कौन बोल रहे हैं आप हाँ सर आ जाओ ना शर्मा जी आप एकदम आप आए नहीं हम तो वेट कर रहे हैं आ जाओ 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 वेलकम वैलिडिटी फंक्शनमेंट ऑफ आएंगे ना अच्छा नाउ the issues are how we have to expand the area, how we have to increase the production, how we have to increase the productivity, how we have to save the natural resources, how we have to make the maize as an answer to the climate change. And maize is the actually solution to all this. I call maize as a Brahm plant. People, Vriksha always give oxygen day and night. And maize is the one which all parts are being properly utilized. Nothing goes waste. Wonderful plant, wonderful crop, cereal queen, most grown production in the world with highest productivity and highest production. So now, how in India can use this plant for the benefit of the nation, benefit of the humanity? We have the best technology available in the country, which is mother of all technology, that is hybrid technology. And we have to see the area can be increased under hybrid seed production. And India is one of the country lowest cost of production. We can become biggest exporter of the seed to the world, neighboring country. So we have to expand the area in India also. Still we are 60 to 70% area under hybrid, rest, all spurious material or local material, and the government policies is very much required, and government intention, government willpower can do it. Second is, we have to identify site of seed production. So far, we have concentrated one site, that is Hyderabad in Andhra Pradesh. Never thought India is such agroclimatically diverse country, many locations within the different states can produce the seed, can reach the seed to the doorstep of the farmer with low cost of production and low time. We have an area in Banswara, we have demonstrated the seed production in the tribal belt can produce best quality seed even as Hyderabad and Karnataka can do. And they have done it. Then we created strato cemented house in Banswara. You can go and see the example of the tribal people in this country, and that is Banswara. Up to 10,000 quintal seed they have produced in country 2 to 3 years. Third is the maize-led diversification, which is the solution today in the world, in India. Without maize, no diversification possible unless government policy support is required, like wheat and rice, only procurement wheat and rice. That is why the diversification is not happening in this country. Government of every state government has to think it over to save the natural resources and soil health and human health and environment. Mechanization. Wheat and rice are 100% mechanized. Today we can say with a proud, even maize is mechanized from seed to sowing. 100% mechanization is available, and custom hiring can be promoted through the mechanization. And India can be again one of the country of the exporter of the, is already exporting large number of equipment from developed within this country and going outside, earning a lot of foreign exchange. Seasonal penetration in maize. Now we have different season in this country. This is the only country, not like USA. Sometimes we make the comparison of production and productivity with USA. But today our chairman NABARD is also there. He can also raise certain point. If we combine the wheat and rice productivity, per day productivity of India is more than USA. Even you combine the 2-season maize crop, our productivity is more than USA. They grow 1 crop, we grow 3 crop. We have 300% intensity, they have 1 crop, 100% intensity. They have the GM crop, 100%, where we do not have. Where the GM, we don't call it GM. Everybody is a GM. If you say human being is also genetically improved, all the time we curse the GM. And in certain cases, GM is the answer for use of indiscriminate chemicals. And today or tomorrow, we have to switch over like USA. Then we have another strength, specialty code. Urbanization is increasing. And peri-urban pockets, you can provide a lot of employment to the rural people. When you can provide a lot of employment to the rural people, there will be less pressure on the urban people. Otherwise, people living in rural area, for the want of job, want of work, they move to city. Otherwise, they can stay in their house, they can stay comfortably, they can not be a pressure on transport, they cannot be a pressure on road, they cannot be pressure on housing, they cannot be pressure on sewerage, they cannot be pressure on water, electricity, everything. So we can grow for specialty corn like baby corn, sweet corn. India again a low-cost production we can export. Only Thailand in the world exporting baby corn to 40 countries of the world. Why India can't? With low cost of production, with availability in the world. Then value chain development. USA has 3,500 products. And India, why not? We can imply great lot of employment through the value chain and value development, developing large. Today, we are also having at least 200 to 300 product Gokak starch industry. But anyway, we can think out now, Rajasthan where we are sitting, what we are doing? We don't have an industry. A lot of maize is being produced here, but it is going to other states where you can produce quality maize here, and temperature is high, no humidity, no aflatoxin. It can be a good feed for feed industry, starch industry, and good quality starch, and they can be benefited, and other states can be also benefited. Now, policy support. When I say policy support is very much required, otherwise other crops will not get the importance. Don't think of the saving of natural resources. Don't think of the clean environment. Policy support, like wheat and rice, enough is enough. There was time, there was food was issue. Now today we are surplus country. Rice is surplus, wheat is surplus, storage is a problem. Every year 10% of losses are there. With this 10%, 1 year saving, you can create infrastructure for corn and other crops so that you can save the money, you can save the land, you can save the water. And making road international trade. India is one of the country where they are looking to us under the WTO also, for the non-GM maize crop also, and Indonesia, Malaysia, China, Thailand, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and some of the countries, they are looking for low-cost maize from India, and we can be a big exporter of the corn. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, sir. I must have taken a little more time. Thank you very much. Thank you. We welcome Dr. Sharma ji, Director of Research, and for the...
I also invite Dr. Sharma to join the dais, please. Dr. Sharma is our Director of Research, and he is a well-known agronomist, particularly in the field of organic agriculture. He is renowned internationally, and all the research activities related to maize he is handling at our university, so his view will be of very great importance for all of us for the overall maize development. Now it's Dr. Saidas has thrown a light on the broad issues, and now one by one I will request the panelists to deliberate on the issues raised by Dr. Saidas, and in addition to that they may also add their viewpoints for the overall development of the maize in the country as a whole. So I request Dr. Rajkumar Jat.
And thank you very much. So as mentioned by Dr. Shahindas Saab, so there are what is present need and what issues we are facing in terms of maize production. We want to require increase in productivity, production and area. So where is the yield gap? So I am working since last 12 or 13 years in Bihar and West Bengal and Eastern UP. So I am seeing that in Purnia and Katiyar, there are several farmers, they are getting 15 ton per hectare maize yield. I think this is one of the highest productivity in the world. This is winter maize. And in same Bihar, when we grow winter maize in other districts, they are getting 3 ton, 4 ton per hectare. So there are 400% yield gap. Similarly, in case of Kharif maize, in Kharif maize, there are two issues. One is excess soil moisture, another is weed management. So there are huge scope to increase the productivity of maize. So as per our experiences, we said that maize germplasm have about 15 to 30% yield I mean that potential to increase the productivity. Number two, that is weed management. So weed management again have 10 to 20% potential to increase the productivity. Similarly, in case of water nutrient management, and we can apply these all things properly. And one important thing is planting time, because since long farmers, they are traditionally growing a particular date, but since last several years, climatic conditions changed, because this year we are getting low temperature in the month of February also. Otherwise, the low temperature we faced from December 20 to 30. So we should keep all these things in mind, and we can improve the productivity more than 100% if we can properly do. So within Bihar, I show that 400% yield gap. So similarly, in other regions also, there are several yield gaps, and surely we require mechanization. Still we are lacking mechanization. Most of the mechanizations we are seeing in Punjab and Haryana, because most of the machinery manufacturers are based either in Ludhiana or Haryana. So we should think on these kind of issues. And recently, government policies, they also supporting us that previously we don't have any instrument to spray any of the nutrient and pesticide when the maize height is 6-7 feet. But recently, government of India focusing on drone technology. So by that, we can efficiently manage the pest disease, and we can apply the nutrient whenever we require. So we should focus on these kind of activities. And important thing is profit and cost. And that is very important, because sometimes maize prices are very volatile. Farmers of Bihar, sometimes they forced to sell the maize in 1,000 rupees per quintal, and same maize sometimes they sell 2,000, more than 2,000 quintal per quintal. So we should think on policy also, and policy planners, even in many areas, government focusing on providing the warehouse facilities, and NABARD is also supporting in many of the policies to create the warehouse policies. So these are the very important. And one more thing, that is quality of maize, and that is very important, because sometimes our product is rejected due to some kind of aflatoxins. So it's due to excess moisture. So we should focus on appropriate drying and storage facilities. So overall, I will say that we need to reduce the cost of cultivation by applying the low-cost technologies like conservation agriculture. We reduced the yield gap by providing the capacity building to the farmers and extension workers. And we should focus on policies to provide appropriate price guarantee to farmers so we can create the facilities of warehouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jad, for throwing your viewpoint on the overall roadmap for maize development. Now I may request Dr. Bijendra Pal from BioSeed.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I have only 4 points to really say. To start with, I believe it that what we were doing it, if we will continue to do the same, we will get the same what we have received it before. Maize in India actually has a lot of potential, and if we really define the roadmap a little better, I'm sure within 5 years the productivity can be double in this country. In my understandings, whatever limited knowledge I have it, we have to really target all of those aspects separately. The one thing which is very critical is basically to minimize the yield gap. The yield potential and yield realizations, we have a big gap. And for this, I think we need to work to have a geographically specific hybrid. One will not suit for all. So all the area required a very specific product for the maturity, for their disease reactions. So that is one thing where we have to really do the cluster approach. The another one which I feel is very critical, we are, in my understanding and estimates, around 65 to 67% on hybridization. Our hilly area and tribal belts still have a scope to do the hybridization. So our focus to increase the hybridization actually has to be on those areas which are not yet hybridized. So all of those programs which basically demonstrate the technology profit should go on those areas where hybridization is still not yet on. The third one, this is a challenge for the breeders. See, nowadays, all of these crops are competing each other. We are cursing rice for water consumptions for every day, but we should also be careful for our crop. If our crop is not profitable enough, then we may not be able to really increase the area further. And for that, we have to ensure the mechanization in this crop. Mechanizations will not be possible until unless we do a change in the plant architecture. We have to really make the plant ready for mechanizations, the high harvest index, fast dry down, low ear placement, high seedling vigor, better plant stand. So all of those traits basically had to be incorporated in our breeding system, so then only we can make the products which are suitable for the mechanization. The another things which I feel actually Dr. Saidas has pointed out, we have a very healthy production season in country, that is Rabi. So if we put our efforts properly, that India can become for all the Asian country and African country, and that's required a special focus because we have the ecology and system. So with this, I think thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my viewpoints.
Thank you, Dr. Bijendra Pal Singh ji, for your valuable comments and the areas where we can penetrate for the overall development of the maize in the country. And the area you have suggested, these are very much relevant and they need much attention for the further research and development in that area. So now I may request Dr. Sadaud from CPC. Yeah, please.
Yes, respect to Chairman. India, have office in Bangalore and have research station in Bangalore, in Krishna district, Andhra Pradesh, and seed processing plant. Our company registered in India since 2003, nearly 20 years ago. But in 20 years ago, I see so many development of maize production in India. At that time, I came in 2004. At that time, maybe the maize production total about 16 or 17 million metric tons, 16 to 17. Now, nearly 20 years, India maize production about 25 to 26 million metric ton. This I'm correct or not? I think that's okay. Nearly 10 million metric ton increase within nearly 20 years. That meaning 5 lakh metric ton average per year increase. Why the yield increase? Okay, maybe some people don't understand area increase. But very important, maybe difficult to area increase from now onward. But very important from genetic or the variety. At that time, almost I came, this used only OP, OPV, 3-way cross, double cross. And then this time to change from Directorate of Maize, Dr. Chendat at that time. He promote for single cross hybrid. Maybe from 2006 onward. That okay, that's you jump. Maybe per year, not 1 million metric ton increase average in India. That's very important. But right now, they be talking about climate change. Everything change. If we not change climate, you change us. You see, if you think same thing, you do something, everything same. That we cannot list target. We cannot double yield. We cannot double income because everything change. As per only 3-4 years back, you see for army worm, change a lot for maize production in the world. You see. And everything changed for chemical company, for farmer practice, everything changed. That right now, okay, farmer, they know already how to manage for armyworm. That's very good. And after that, COVID-19 changed everything in the world. Change people, change our style. We need to put masks every time. We need to, everything, this change everything. We can purchase online, everything change. That's very important. Our maize variety also change. If we use only own germplasm, own method, we cannot success. That's why I do request for scientists, for breeder, how to develop new germplasm source. How to import germplasm source to India, how to utilize germplasm source we have in India. That's very important. If we use only own germplasm source, we cannot success, cannot double yield. Like a USA, yield per average in the country, 10 metric ton per hectare. In India, so many people present only 3.5. How to 3 times double, same USA, same another country, same in Bihar, with the success. That's very important. We have good genetic, that's okay. We have chance to develop. And then we have good management. So many people talking about for cropping system, for maintenance, everything. This management in the field, very important. Agronomy practice, very important. In India, use only 60 by 25 centimeters for planting, population less than 30,000 per acre. But how to double population and double yield, that's very important. But input we cannot reduce, fertilizer we need to increase more, and another we need to input more, like that. But input cost, fertilizer very high, seed very high, civil war come, that everything come. This right now, if you see in the mobile, Ukraine and Russia, this fighting now, that the cost of fertilizer will increase, the cost of grain will increase, everything increase. That very important. But in India, I think the sustainable, now that don't worry, because we have very good land, we have very good climate, everything very good, we have big population. In our company, we stay here nearly 20 years. We have seed, feed, farm, food. We production sell in India, we production and export to so many countries. Bring the currency come back to India. That India have more opportunity. If our breeder be working in ground level for develop good habit and good management, everything that okay. I hope for maize business in India, maize production in India, everything will going up year by year. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sadhu. You have very nicely raised the issue, local, how we have to take into account the changing scenario, the local needs, local population and all those things, and then and only then we can make some change. So thank you very much for giving your view on this issue, and I hope that these points have been noted down for the proceeding point of view. Now the next, in the morning, Dr. Ajit Tomar, he has delivered how the inputs can play a vital role in the, as far as our yield and quality is concerned. So now may I ask again, he is from Dhanuka, so I may request him to throw more light on which direction we should move for the overall development of the maize in the country. Dr. Tomar, please.
Thank you, sir, because I feel that this maize cultivation has a great potential in our country. Like if you look at the crop diversification, maize is going to play a very, very important role across the India. If you look at in northern states like Haryana and Punjab, so farmers, they are growing wheat and paddy continuously. So there is a shortage of water. Water is going to be scarcity in few years. So if we can replace paddy, like as Dr. Sai Das has already recommended, 3M formula. 3M formula means you can grow maize, then you can grow mustard, and then mung bean. So definitely it will be a great advantage to the farmers. They can increase their income by adopting this 3D formula. And another, natural resources. So we can save the water. If water is not available in next few years or in next 10 to 15 years, so it is our responsibility as a scientific community that we have to save the natural resources. So we can save the water. And the second one, because if you look at the residue, like paddy residue, the farmers, they are burning their residue and they are creating like the pollution in the environment. And there is a huge burning topic in northern India during this winter season. So as Dr. Saidas told, there is no residue if you are going to cultivate the maize. So you can reduce the environmental pollution also. So I think if we are going to accept or we are going to adopt the crop diversification, it is going to play a very, very important role in future, not in northern regions, but across the India, and the farmers can increase their profit or they can increase their income, as our Prime Minister vision is also that how we can make the doubling income for the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tomar, for raising a very valid point. As all of us know that diversification is the need, and in the changing scenario, particular the climate change. And in the morning, Dr. Saidas has mentioned very well that our maize is a very suitable candidate for diversification under climate change, and it is going to be benefit by the climate change rather than in other crops we are having that our yield will reduce to a drastic level. So thank you very much for raising this very valid point, and I think we will take into note. And Dr. Saidas in the morning also that how policy issues Particularly, he gave the example of Haryana that its government is giving incentives of 7,000 per acre for replacing rice, and that has worked a lot, and within a year 1 lakh hectare has been diverted from rice to other crops. So that type of interventions at policy level can be taken as a note for the other states too. So that's a very nice policy intervention, so that can be taken as a note for all other states also. So thank you, Dr. Tomar. Now we have a representative from Syngenta, Dr. Surya Rao. So may I request Dr.
Sir, he's not there.
Okay.
Sharma, sir.
Then Sharma? Ashish,
Sharma,
okay.
sir.
He will speak, not representative from Syngenta is Dr. Sharma. He will speak. Koro. Okay, sorry. He's not from Syngenta, he's a Koro. Okay, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sab. Thank you, sir. So I just would like to say how to increase the productivity. So productivity, when we talk about, then it's very important we should grow a best hybrid. So even if you see the India scenario, there are still many areas which is coming as a variety. So we have to come up how to increase that hybridization. That's the one thing is there. And the second thing related to that, I can say, because being a private company representative, we have some limitation. We can't go everywhere. So what about the area where we are not there or other private companies are not there? Is there any mechanism by which we can provide the good quality seed so that we can expect the improvement or productivity improvement from there? So this is the one bottleneck which I could see, or we see the policy, how that things can come up from there. So this is regarding the availability of good quality. When I'm talking about the productivity, it means you have to be good in all aspects, be a good quality seed, be a good agronomic practices, chemical, everything should be very good on that. Even we are hearing a lot of mechanization. Mechanization is also important, and then we have seen that there is increased rate of mechanization also there, and there are many, you see the combines, planter, everything is coming in this India. So there's not surprise, but that's the big area. Second thing is coming to the why farmer will not take sometimes the corn, and other thing is everything is depend on the return on investment. So when your return on investment is beneficial, then certainly there will be shift from other crop to corn. It is our researcher has to look at that, how to make that return on investment on corn or corn system to make it profitable. Until it is not there, it is not going to help us. It is very obvious there. Coming to the sustainability piece, I split in two buckets. The sustainability for the researcher means something because they look in totality. They look in the crop, they look for the soil, they look for the environment. What comes when it comes to the farmer? He will only see for his return. I give the example of, in last 3 days, I have seen most of the research work for Punjab and Haryana. But even if you go and see the today's scenario, the maximum crop burning or residue burning is coming from that area. Even if you see that mostly the rice wheat system is there, the reason is the policy, because everybody is talking about the policy, because they are the groundwater, there is no charge on that. They get the free electricity. So, and then there's a system is also there, automatic motor is there, and the moment light comes, it ons, and then it's free flow the water. So this is very area is there that we need to address it, because sustainability, when we are reducing the gap between the researcher and farmer, then it is really going to benefit that. Until we are not reducing, because for me, as a farmer, my objective, my output is different. Being a researcher, my output is different. Until we make a sync, we are not going to get that. I would like the very good point coming on the production hub, because most of the time we are seeing that Andhra is only hub for the seed production. And Dr. Saindas also mentioned, Dr. Paul sir is also mentioned that why not we look the opportunity of seed production in other part of the India. We have seen in Rajasthan, the Baswada area, it was mentioned. We have seen in Gujarat, the Himmatnagar is also some of the good areas there. We have seen Bihar is a good opportunity for the production of seed. But we should explore all these opportunities, because if we are really want to expand the area of corn, we need to diversify the seed production hub. Even I'm hearing that India could be a hub for the Asian seed production for providing the seed there. So this is very important. Yes, policy is very important. So, and then all these government bodies or policy makers should look that if they want to wait, because when you go to the Bihar event I'm talking about, because sometimes you see the 800 rupees per quintal seed, and if you go to, now you are seeing it is almost 1800 rupees per quintal. So this gap will give you the push. Today, if you talk about the corn area for Bihar and other thing, it is going to increase because the return on investment is going to be higher. But if you go 2 years back where the 800 rupees was a rate, then certainly there is a downfall. And even I can give you the example for the mustard this year. Even the area for mustard is increased because of return on that. So that is, everything is linked, because farmer is also at the end, what you are going to get out of your crop, it matters. They will be, secondly, they will come for water, they will look for some climate, it's not that important for them. For them is that their earning is more important. So that's what I would like to.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. You have very nicely deliberated the importance of the seed, and all of us being an agriculture know the importance of seed, and in that the hybrid seed, and then the new avenues where we can accept this Andhra, where we can have more avenues for seed production, particularly hybrid seed production, then environmental issues, and then the misuse of the resources. If we are providing these resources free of cost, we have the very good example from Punjab, and then the environmental issues. You have very nicely raised very relevant issues, and I think that they will have some place in our future. I will prepare future roadmap for maize development, overall maize development in the country. So thank you very much. Now we have Dr. Tripathi and from NABARD, and he's I think is online. He will join online. So
last में नहीं त्रिपाठी जी को बुलाना.
so Dr. Tripathi, yes, you may start.
Yeah. Namaste, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman and distinguished dignitary on the dais. It is very well said by the earlier panelist, because maize, as we regard as the queen of cereal, has a lot of potential for crop diversification and doubling of income of the farmers, as Dr. Tomar has said. The point here is the role of researchers and universities is quite crucial for developing hybrid varieties, high-yielding varieties, which can be resilient to the ever-changing climate that we are facing today. In this connection, I would like also request the scientists to also have a look on the indigenous or traditional technologies that is being adopted by our farmers in different parts of the country, how they can be amalgamated into the modern technology, so that there will be a good equilibrium which will increase in crop sustainability as well as the yield, increase in the yield. Second, sir, this, why it is important in the context of water shortage in the country, as I have read in some literature that 1 kg of paddy, it requires around 1500 liter of water, whereas 1 kg of maize requires 110 liter of water to produce. You see the difference and the potential. Similarly, also there is one advantage in another front, that the cost of cultivation for major variable inputs in case of maize cultivation is around a little more than 50% reduction as compared to paddy. So the cost of cultivation per unit area is also less. And this crop, it bears a lot of industrial use, like our poultry industry. It accounts for 47% of the total production. Livestock is 13%, then stock millers is 12%, and food industry is 8%, what I have found in the literature. Now coming to NABARD and financial institution, because for every finance or business activity, it requires finance. So the farmers, when they want something to have a better market to access to better market. There is a need for processing, because processing and value addition. Directly disposal at the market, the farmer, if he goes for some processed products, then he will add to, it will add to his income. Here, one thing I would like to highlight, that at the farmers level, if collectivization is made, if a group of farmers come together and they do make a group and they do undertake the business of supply of inputs, then there will be better bargain in getting the input cost. Similarly, at the same time, after harvest also they can collectivize and sell it in the market, most organized market. By that also they can increase their income. Here government has also recently launched, the government of India, there is a CSS 10,000 farmer producer companies, as well as various state governments, they are also promoting. So we have to take advantage of these things.
Dr. Sharma, be brief, please. Dr. Tripathi, be brief.
नहीं आप ऐसा करो त्रिपाठी जी, आप ये समझ नहीं आ रहा तो अपने व्यूज लिख कर भेज दो. We will include in the proceeding if you don't mind. Excuse me.
Sir, मेरा कहना है collectivization is important as far as, because being NABARD, we are channelizing government subsidy in various schemes. Like there is a new agri marketing infrastructure scheme where farmers or entrepreneurs can go for construction of warehouse. Similarly, there are number of schemes where farmers or processing industries, they can use of it. Now recently there is agri infrastructure scheme of Government of India where the entrepreneurs can get 3% interest subvention up to a loan amount of 2 crore for and the repayment period of 7 years.
Thank you.
Similarly, there are, yeah.
Thank you, Tripathi ji.
Yeah.
Please, your voice is because of some problem in the system. If you send your everything in writing, we will include in the proceeding.
No issue, sir, because there are a lot of schemes for agro processing also under this agri infrastructure scheme like Atmanirbhar package. Lot of scheme has come. I will just send you a brief, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. You have raised very valued issue that is like ITK, resilient development of resilient varieties, finance, and then marketing, value addition. So these are the need of the hour, and definitely these will help a lot if these are included in our program for the development of the maize. Now it's we have our Director Research, Dr. S.K. Sharma. And he is a very well-known agronomist, and he is overall responsible for the overall development, research, and marketing, and everything related to not only maize, all crops of the whole this our university jurisdiction area. And may I request Dr. Sharma to throw some light on the emerging issues and the researchable issues and other developmental issues for the development of the maize in general and particularly for our region, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Most respected, our mentor, Dr. P. Saidas Saab, our chairman, sir, Dr. R.A. Kaushik Saab, and all eminent panelists, the GM NABARD from the state of Rajasthan, Jaipur, DDM NABARD from Udaipur, all respected scientists, students, and delegates, and the organizing secretary, Dr. C.M. Pariyar, Dr. S.L. Jat, and fellow scientists. It's really a great opportunity for me to be the part of this very important national conference, and all the three topics which have been put as an epitome of the national agriculture, for which not only the maize, but as a whole, we all are struggling to to overcome and to give the relief to the farmers for the overall being. With respect to the maize, a lot of discussion. I've been there and I was the part of this inaugural session where the importance of this national conference itself is there in the number of the pertinent issues, where the title itself has suggested is really, it's a welcome step. I would like to mention here that the southern Rajasthan is known as the ball of maize bowl in the whole country. And when we search in the Google, the very highest maize growing districts of the world, then three important districts, that is Udaipur, Banswara and Bhilwara, they suddenly appear on the screen. And all these three districts are having the highest area, more than 1 lakh hectares of the maize. And this university is very aggressively working for enhancement of the livelihood of the farmers, and maize covers the 50% of the area in the Kharif in this region, and that's why it is very important for the farmers' livelihood as well as for the industry support and farmers' prosperity. University has been trying. We have the Akrip Maize Center at the Udaipur and Banswara. We have Dryland Center at our Bhilwara Center. Here, with this respect to this national conference, I would like to mention that there are three basic issues on which we are working with the scientists, farmers, and the state governments. And the very pertinent is the farmer's point of view. Because our maize agriculture, before 10 years, it was struggling to come from 1 ton agriculture to 2 ton agriculture. We were trying from 15 quintal to 20, raise our productivity to 20 quintals. But now when we have reached to this in 1999, then we are struggling to raise this productivity from 2 ton to 3 ton. Now we are having somewhere between 24 to 25 quintals. But when we talk it scientifically, within the same region in these 7 districts, there are farmers who are achieving the maize productivity right from the 15 quintals to the 65 quintals per hectare within the Kharif, and even 110 quintals in the Rabi season. This indicates that scientifically we have all kind of the technology basket within our domain, either from the Akrip, either from the different international agencies like CIMIT, as well as from the state government support. So this indicates that our technical efficiency as far as the performance of gaining the yield potential is concerned, we are there. But there are certain inherent concepts which are very abnormal in this region. And one of important constant where I would like to seek the attention of all researchers, that in this region, 96% of the maize is rain-fed. And that is the main crux of the issue, that how within the drought conditions, within the abnormal rain-fed conditions, how we can give the courage to our farmers and our technological recommendations are already there for that purpose. We have our contingency plans. But one is very development of short duration varieties which we are having. But still, as Dr. Saidas have told, that quality seed availability is the major issue. And in case of maize, we are now putting emphasis on the development of the hybrid varieties. And even we are having the indent for the production from the industry as well as from our state government. This time, in this recent budget, our government has given the 40 crore rupees for the production of the hybrid seed of the maize itself. But because of this isolation distance conditions and the availability of the land, even we are having the MOU with the 3 different private companies for the production of the male and female lines. But still, in this region, our seed replacement rate, that is mostly from the private sector, it is still struggling between the 50 to 60%. So this is another question. Then another question is that moisture deficit conditions, either at the time of the ripening or at just after the sowing, there is a very abnormality in the rainfall. And because I told that technically we have all kind of the availabilities, but these conditions are making us unable to make our farmers a smart farmer. So when we compare the smart farmer of this region to a normal farmer, there is a lot of extension gap is existing that we need to take care of. And from the researcher point of view, drought is the major issue, and for that part, there are recommendations for the intercropping for short duration maize crop, as well as there are foliar applications, where again the availability of the even potassium nitrate, even our different foliar spray elements, even silica, that is not available in the even kaolin, that is not available besides the divisional headquarters. This has been so many times discussed at the government level, so it comes again in the policy domain. Because when we consider about the sustainability of maize, there are basically 4 factors we consider. That is the production, that I have already talked, that these are 2 important factors. And if we remove these 2 important factors, if we bring the mechanization, any timely action and cost of production, these 3 factors in this region contribute for the 80% of the well-being of the farmers. If we can take care of these 3 factors, then 4 important factors in this whole region is the shallow soil depth. In spite of the, for example, Dr. Saidas is a champion scientist for the southern farmers, because so many times he has frequently visited to uplift the cause of the maize farmers in this region. And because of his very emphatic contribution, not only to the NARS system, but as a policy as well as an extension worker in the whole region, that availability of the seed, and after the availability of the seed, there is another issue of the mechanization. It is very less in this region, and that is the third important factor. These 3 important factors contribute 80% to the risk in this region. Then second factor is the environmental issues. Conservation agriculture practices are very useful, but their adoption, it requires some policy support, as already has been talked by so many our eminent speakers. Then cost of production, because small and marginal farmers are there. For example, in Banswara region, both the type of maize, kharif and rabi maize are grown. In the rabi maize, farmers are taking up to 100 quintals of the maize per hectare. But they have increased their fertilizer consumption. They are using more than 300 kilogram of NPK. But and even nitrogen dose, they have doubled in the rabi maize. And even some farmers, they are taking the kharif maize, and then again they are taking the rabi maize. So that consequence will happen later on. And that's why another reason is that in rabi maize, a lot of water is being used by the farmers. So water productivity, what will happen, because in last 10 years, 40% of our water blocks are now deficit. They are under the critical and danger zone. Then fourth important part is the well-being. Maize cannot be moved away. Either we go for diversification or for any other measure specifically from southern Rajasthan, because fodder is the major issue. We tried a lot from our demonstrations, even by giving the incentives to the farmers, that maize, if it is not economical for small marginal farmers where the resource constraints are there, you kindly go for the soybean or for the black gram, or you go for the sorghum. But farmer has that enforced need that what I will feed to my animals. Because a farmer at least needs 50 to 70 quintals of the dry fodder for the whole year to feed the animals. And that can come only from the maize itself. So maize is the need of this particular zone. And I think Maize Technology Association of India, I just give my great applause that he has been able to connect our scientists to the basic needs of the farmers and the research gaps, and there has been a lot of contribution from this association to cultivate the feeling about the maize, that it should come in forefront along with this rice and wheat as we think about it. And thirdly, that there has been a contribution from this Maize Technologies Association of India to bring forth the important resource issues and the policy issues before the government, before the universities, and before the ICA. So really, I would like to say that a big clap should be there from all of us for the whole Maize Technology Association of India, Dr. Saidas sir and the whole team. Because fourth important part is we are doing a lot on the first part, production part. A lot of technologies are available. In MPOT itself, we were compiling the technologies, and we are having more than 235 technologies for the maize itself. And if you see the potential of these technologies, really farmers are getting 50 to 60 quintals of. But Another part is environment is consideration, cost of production, we can down up to the 50%, but fourth part is well-being, how we can replace, we can't replace. If you can't replace the maize, then we have to work for the well-being of the farmers by introducing the quality maize and other usage of the maize. And that is the very important issue for the whole southern Rajasthan. In spite of having the very important maize growing area, we are not having any processing industry. We should think of about the production of the, like in the wheat, now people are asking for the sucrose-free, glucose-free wheat. Can we have the sucrose-free, then sugar-free maize? Because now people are coming to us, can we have such kind of the maize also? Then do we have such kind of the technology for the farmers producer organization for the production of the ethanol at small scale level, for the starch production at small scale level, for the biooil production? Then ice cream industry is demanding organic starch from the maize. Then organic sweet corn is in the demand, baby corn is in the demand. How we can percolate this special type of the corn among the farmers to make it more profitable? If it is more profitable, definitely our farmers' well-being will increase. So with respect to this, Rajasthan government has also given a lot of emphasis on this aspect. And he has promoted the Golden Triangle program in this southern Rajasthan to enhance the productivity and profitability of the farmers. But that part is still lacking in spite of distribution of the hybrid variety seeds for 3 years, all inputs and mechanization facilities. Our productivity hardly we could raise from 4 to 5 quintals in the last 10 years. And if you talk about this technical efficiency, then environmental efficiency, then profit efficiency and allocative efficiency, and by combining all these 4 indices for the maize in this region, our overall maize production and its overall well-being efficiency, it comes to 0.4 only. So this indicates that there is a lot of issues which are surrounding to this region. But at the research side, if we can address the issue of the very important issue of the moisture stress, as well as another part is the how we can, because our farmers are growing the maize in the nutrient deficit conditions. They are having only 2 to 5 tons of the organic matter for the whole year for both the crops. And they are using only the 50% of the fertilizer that has been recommended. In that condition, it is not possible to achieve that potential yield. And these are some of the important issues. I think if these are taken care of, we can together contribute for the welfare and the promotion of the maize productivity and profitability for the benefit of the farmers' prosperity. I extend my hearty gratitude and thanks to the organizers, Dr. Saidas sir, Dr. M.L. Jadji, Dr. Pariya, Dr. S.L. Jat, and the whole their organizing team. And moreover, my hearty thanks and gratitude to Dr. Dilip Singh ji, local organizing secretary and dean of this Rajasthan College of Agriculture, and Dr. A.K. Singh Saab for giving me this opportunity and choosing this MPOT for organizing this place. Thank you very much.
One minute, sir. Sir, in Indian Institute of Maize Research, Ludhiana, for last 5 years, we are comparing rice wheat with maize wheat. And our results showed that at 80% saving of water is there with maize wheat system. System productivity is also higher, but the problem is that farmers are not getting the MSP. This is the biggest problem. Second problem is that when crop is harvested, at the time moisture percentage is very high, so dryers are also needed. So these are the some of the issues which needs. And moreover, one more important thing, sir. For last 1.5 years, 2 years, we are facing the problem of mouse. We have given demonstration to Haryana and Punjab, and almost 20 to 30 demonstrations were failed because of mouse has taken all the seeds. So I would request our all entomologists to come forward with some solution for mouse problem, because that is biggest problem which we are facing in Haryana and Punjab whole region. So these are the some of the issues which I want to raise. Thank you.
So with this, I think because of the time scarcity, I'm thankful to the panelists for very nicely raising the issues related to the overall development of the maize, and Dr. Sharma told from A to Z, so I'm not going to comment on that. He has deliberated very nicely. So I think now time is very limited. So with this, I'm thankful to the organizing and all the panelists for very nicely conducting this session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for very intriguing and elaborative discussion on roadmap on maize for sustainable and resilient production and inclusive value chain systems in India. To cheer the memories of the occasion, we would like to represent mementos to all the panelists. So I would request Dr. Saida Sir, President MTA, to present the mementos to all the panelists. First of all, to our chairman, Dr. R.A. Kaushik Sir. Next in the line, Dr. S.K. Sharma Sir.
We are grateful to Dr. Kaushik. At 11th hour, we troubled him, and he has nicely chaired both the session. And we are thankful to Dr. Kaushik sir for sharing your good views with the participant also.
ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि बड़े भाई के साथ मुझे आज ये अवसर मिला, और मैं तो पूरा आपका जो भी हुक्म होगा उसको निभाने के लिए तैयार हूं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Dr. S.K. Sharma Sir.
Again, stalwart from this university, they are supporting this to organize this for the success of the conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. And your views will be taken care by the maize group to implement them, how to make the maize as more remunerative for Andhra, Rajasthan and across the country. Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Rajkumar Jad Sir.
The Borlaug Institute and CIMET, they are synonymous to the maize also, and Dr. Rajkumar is the one who has been not a contributor in the science, but at the same time sponsored the conference also. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajkumar.
Dr. Bijendra Pal Sir.
Dr. Bijendra Pal again is very good seed sector, a scientist, a think tanker. He is not only a scientist and seed production person who is giving quality seed to the nation and at the same time contribute input. Thank you very much, Dr. Bijendra Pal Sir.
Dr. Sadavud Sir.
Korotova, another industry, is pioneer. Now it become Korotova. Ashish Srivastava has been our student also, and CIMET program also, and one of his good hybrid is doing very well in Bihar, and good seed, good chemical, sponsor to the conference also. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Ajit Tomar Sir.
Alpha group again thinking to how to help the farmer, how to have the clean cultivation, how to support the quality industry for chemical spread. And Hanka is again sponsored, and he has also given technical input, as well as going to host a dinner in the honor of delegates. Thank you very much to Chairman Agarwal Saab also. He has been also kind enough to do all this for the delegates. Thank you.
He's coming
and
to join us.
Convey our regards to Agarwal Saab also. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ashish Srivastav Sir.
The one.
CP Group, another one of the wonderful
Sadavud,
seed
sir.
industry group. He has also contributed to sponsor and also produce very good quality seed and dominating some of the states with fine seed, quality seed, and increasing the production productivity of the country. Thank you very much, Sadavud, for your kind support and good support to the farmer for increase their income.
We would like to thank Dr. B.K. Tripathi, sir, for gracing this discussion via online mode. Thank you, sir.
Now,
Thank you, ma'am.
I will request somebody from NABARD if he can come on for Tripathi ji. And again, we are thankful to CGM NABARD for his trouble to come over here and also sponsoring the conference. Always they are generous whenever we approach for this kind of conferences. Thank you very much, CGM Saab and Tripathi ji, for your input.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
We
sir.
will definitely put your input in our proceeding and try to see how it is implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
मोमेंटो लाओ भैया मरवाओगे सीएम साहब बैठे हैं कहेंगे हमारे बंदे को छोड़ दो conference should be lively, not thank you. Lively Anything left?
No. I think with this,
There is one announcement by Dhanuka Group, Dr. Ajit Tomarji. Let him make and then.
Delegates from private and public sector and faculty member of the university, agriculture departments, and CGM from NABARD, I would like to request you all to join us on a dinner on the behalf of our Dhanuka chairman, Sri R.J. Agarwal, at Hotel Royal Treat at 7 p.m. today. Thank you very much.
now it's, this session is over, and now I hand over to Dr. Saidas for validatory. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all, sir, for gracing this occasion.
Validating है आपका पैनल डिस्कशन सेशन अभी अभी इमीडिएटली इसके बाद 5 मिनट का ज़्यादा नहीं है
थैंक यू
हैं आज रुको ना भैया अभी एक सेशन है 5 थोड़ा सा उसके बाद इमीडिएटली दोनों पर जाएंगे
नमस्कार
बैठे भैया
Namaskar and good afternoon. We are going to start the plenary session now. I would like to invite CGM NABARD, Jaideep Srivastav sir, to chair this occasion. President MTA, Dr. Saidas sir, Organizing Secretary CM Parihar sir, Treasurer Dr. Chikappa sir, and Dean RCA Dr. Dilip Singh sir to grace the stage.
ये आपकी सीट है सर फ्लोर आपका है जहाँ मर्जी बैठो कुर्सी इधर है ना कुर्सी आगे कर लो हाँ आगे और आगे ओके आगे कर दिखाई देगा उसे फोटो नहीं आएगा क्या बात है आगे और आगे
Dr. Chikappa sir,
आगे कर और आगे
I extend a very hearty welcome of respected Chief Guest of the Day, CGM NABARD Jaipur, Jaideep Srivastav sir, President MTAI, Dr. Saidas sir, Organizing Secretary Dr. CM Parihar sir, Local Organizing Secretary and Dean Agriculture, Rajasthan Agriculture College, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir, all SOC members, Dr. Chikappa Sir, Deans, Directors, Scientists of MPAT, ICR Institutes, and State Agriculture Universities, and all the participants of this national conference. I welcome you all in the concluding plenary session of this 3 days national conference on maize for resource sustainability, industrial growth, and farmers' prosperity, jointly organized by MTAI and MPAT in collaboration with ICAR, IIMR, and CIMIT. Before we start this session, I would like to inform the House that our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. Narendraji Rathore is out of station. However, our worthy and dynamic patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, conveyed his warm wishes for all of you. He also conveys many congratulations to President MTAI, Dr. Saidas Sir, entire executive members of Maize Technologists Association of India, and Dean and Local Organizing Secretary of this National Conference, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir, for the successful organization of this 3 days historical event, that is, the first National Conference of MTAI. And amidst us, we have an incredible dais of great personalities. We would be happy to welcome them. So I would request President MTAI, Dr. Saida Sir, to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Jaideep Srivastav Sir, CGM NABARD Jaipur.
Thank you very much.
Now I would request Dean RCA, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir, to welcome President MTAI, Dr. Saida Sir.
Most welcome sir. ये हमारे लिए मेमोरेबल इवेंट है.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Shubhi Ma'am to welcome Organizing Secretary MTAI, Dr. C.M. Parihar Sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Dr. A.K. Singh Sir to welcome Dr. Chikappa Sir.
लास्ट मतलब कभी कभी डीन साहब को डीन साहब को करो करो ना डीन साहब का जाओ यार मैडम क्या कर रहे हो आप प्रोटोकॉल समझना चाहिए कौन करेगा ना
Now I would request Huda Sir to welcome Dean RCA Dr. Dilip Singh Sir. Thank you, sir. Now to begin the session, I would like to invite Secretary MTI and Organizing Secretary Dr. C.M. Parihar Sir for his address.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, one and all, and on dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, scientists, researchers, my dear students, media personals. We are thankful to everyone. And now I will share something about the MTI activities which we have taken under this present executive in a very brief manner. That this MTI is a registered society under the Society Registration Act of
21 of 1860 with the registration number of S/ND/725 to 2015 with two important mandates. The first to publish peer-reviewed original research papers, short communications and critical reviews on all aspects, and to organize the seminars, symposia and conferences with its headquarters located in the Pusa campus, New Delhi. Our society is blessed with our learned researchers, scientists like Dr. R.S. Paroda sir, former Secretary DARE and DGICR, Dr. S.K. Vasal, World Food Laureate and as a chief patrons, and Dr. B.S. Dillon sir, former Vice Chancellor, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, Dr. B.K. Mukherjee, a great scientist and dedicated maize researcher, and the as a patrons, and past president like Dr. B.S. Dillon, Dr. J.S. Sandhu, Vice Chancellor, Jovner Agriculture University, Dr. late R. Sai Kumar sir, sorry, and Dr. Sujay Rakshit sir, Director ICR IIMR, and our Major General in our Major General Editorial Board, we have included the different researchers, scientists who made significant contribution, particularly in maize research, including the Dr. J.K. Lada from UC Davis and Santiago Lopez from Mexico, and other eminent scientists, which we have included in our Major General Editorial Boards. And now the brief activities, like we published all the Major Journal issues, which are 3 issues. Already we have published well in time. And this Major Journal now listed in the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences list with its NAS rating of 3.72, which is ever highest till date. And we have reviewed, revised, and formulated the MTAI award guidelines, which were already existing awards, and also initiated 3 awards on the name of the great scientists who made significant contribution, particularly in the maize research, like Dr. S.K. Vasal Award for Excellence in Maize Research and Development, on the name of our food laureate, Dr. S.K. Vasal sir, with a case prize of 25,000. And Dr. R. Sai Kumar, late Dr. R. Sai Kumar sir, Memorial Award 2021, and Dr. B.K. Mukherjee Award 2021 we have initiated, and we have formulated the guidelines of other awards like Jogendra Singh Outstanding Award, which was already existing, Dr. N.N. Singh Award, and fellowship in the MTI in different group wise we have categorized, and we have formulated the guidelines, and other like Manihar Best MSc thesis as well as the PhD thesis award, which we have done in this current executive. So with this brief, I think I will thank one and all. This is all about from my side.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Chikappa sir to summarize session-wise activities that were carried out during this national conference.
Respected delegates on the dais, and also respected delegates who have attended this conference, national conference. In fact, it is the first national conference being organized by Maize Technology Association of India. And we have now reached to the fag end of this conference. And I wish to bring to those who have attended here and also those who have joined online. I just want to summarize the proceedings which have been deliberated during these 3 days as part of national conference. In fact, we conceptualized this organization of this national conference in the month of November, December, and with discussion with the experts from different disciplines who are working in India and also abroad with respect to what should be our title. Accordingly, we decided the title, and that is how we started the process of organizing the conference. Since during that period, by the time we reached December end and January 1st week, we felt that this Omicron wave was started increasing.
At that time, in our second circular, we just floated the idea of organization of offline as well as online. Those who can join online as well as offline, we started inviting the abstracts and also registration. As part of this process, we received more than 245 abstracts from different persons who are working in maize in India and also abroad also. Though some people who have also sent abstract working in maize in Japan, Nepal and other things. And during these deliberations, we have offline registration about 110 as on date. And in addition to 110 participants who have attended offline, and in every session, as per the record available, around 150 to 180 people have joined online also. And many of the presenters have presented the oral paper and also the poster presentation. In fact, the whole poster presentation has gone online. And there was a team which was there working in the side of the team. They gone through all the posters of different themes. And this conference was organized in 6 different themes, which started with genetic innovations in maize, maize for sustainable and resilient cropping system, maize value chain for industrial growth and farmers' prosperity, biotic and abiotic stresses in maize under changing climatic scenario, last mile delivery of maize technologies, and the last theme is social inclusion and policy in maize research and development. During these 6 themes, the learned and eminent speakers who have joined. It started with the floor was set with the initial inaugural address by Dr. Sujay Rakshit, Director IIMR, who gave the overview of what is the prospects of maize in India by 2030, prospects and strategies to face the then. And later, the several keynote lectures and lead lectures were also followed. And Dr. B.M. Prasanna, the global maize leader, CIMIT ICR, CJIR team, he also delivered keynote speech from Kenya online. And many, almost 150, 180 people have joined online also to attend, in addition to around 100 people offline. Total, the keynote lectures and lead speakers included 21. In addition to that, we have around 240 poster presentations and also around 50 plus oral presentations. Finally, this conference was ended with the panel discussion, which I think everyone has witnessed to this now. Just now it has concluded, and many eminent persons who are working in maize research and development in different disciplines, ranging from plant breeding to social science and also policy research. They deliberated, and we could able to compile very good information. And in fact, the DGICR, DGICR Dr. Trilochan Mahapadra sir also has given in his message that he is expecting that some recommendation may come from this national conference, and we are in that direction. We have already compiled much of information. And certainly, this conference will come out with some good recommendations. Finally, the remaining part, Dr. Saidas, President MTAI, will convey in his address the remaining part of the thanking all the sponsors and also the delegates. This is the brief, the national conference, about the national conference, what are the deliberations which we have deliberated and other things. Thank you once again for all for making this national conference successful, for those who have attended online as well as offline. And we are very thankful to the persons who have actually coordinated in the background in computer, because it was one of the finest, that a smooth online mode also we could able to experience. This is actually, I also attended several online conferences, but the way they have conducted, because I didn't find any single presentation where they got some kind of hitch up and disturbance in the presentation. It went very smoothly. I am really thankful, as on behalf of the organizers, I am very much thankful to the persons who have managed in the backdrop this online, because every person who have actually presented their work and in the form of keynote lecture, and this one maybe in India, maybe from abroad, all have found very comfortable and it went very smoothly. For that, I am really thankful on behalf of organizers. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. S.K. Sharma, sir, Director Research, MPUAT, for his address. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Our eminent guest, CGM from NAMAD, Dr. Jaideep Ji Srivastava Sahab, President MTAI, Dr. Saidas Sahab, Organizing Secretary of this national conference, Dr. C.M. Pariyar, our respected local organizing secretary, Dean RCA, Dr. Dilip Singh Ji, and Treasurer, Dr. Chikappa, our respected Dr. Tomar Saab, our Dr. A.K. Singh Ji, Dr. Huda Saab, Dr. Mehla Ji, all eminent scientists, delegates, and friends. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here at this valedictory function of this 3 days national conference, which has been organized on very important topic which is relevant across the world and very much relevant for this Mewar region and the Rajasthan and whole country. The Mewar is known for the 5 M's. That is the Mewar, Maharana Pratap, Mejmani, Moj and Masti. So I think with this, and very important thing is that 6th phase that Mewar also has is the mindful activities. And Mewar is also known for the organization of the national, international activities, scientific gatherings, and interactive and collaborative activities. I, on the behalf of the MPUAT, welcome you all at the juncture of this valedictory function. As narrated by the Dr. C.M. Pariyar, the findings of the all activities, rather say the activities done by the MTAI at the national and international level, and later on followed by the all proceedings of the different technical sessions by Dr. Chikappa, this really indicates that all 4 aspects in any agri-industry or in any production scenario, we deal with the production, processing, distribution, and policies. It has been taken care of, discussed technically, scientifically, and as the conclusion of the different technical sessions indicate that there has been a very fruitful technical sessions. But definitely I would like to make my own observation that such kind of the associations are the need of the hour at national and international level, because these are the kind of the organizations which are necessary for not only for the theoretical and practical aspects which we learn into the different universities and different organizations, but to another important part for the young researchers and the young coming scientists and other scientists and students, that is the experiential learning by seeing and observing, and 4th important part is the leadership development. So Dr. Saidas Saab and their team, they have really done this wonderful work to give a kind of the team spirit and to make our young friends, our scientists, to provide such kind of the very informative kind of the sessions to all the friends. Because I would like to narrate one proverb from the given by our late President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Azad. If you are handsome, really it is the gift of God to you. And if you give your hand to someone, it is really the gift from your side to the good. So really MTAI is extending their hands to the all technologists, all stakeholders to come forward and to unfold their unlimited potential in the sector of maize. They may be the farmers, they may be the students, they may be the scientists, they may be the people from the NABARD and policymakers, financing, funding agencies. When we come together in an interactive, collaborative mode, we learn so many things, and because such kind of the things we cannot learn in any institute, as in a class mode and some interactive mode. Such associations can bring such kind of the differences. So my hearty gratitude and lot of thanks, sir, for your painstaking efforts to organize this particular conference at the MPAI Udaipur, and my young, very dynamic and intelligent friend, Dr. C.M. Pariyar, and their whole team, Dr. M.L. Jat, Vice President, Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Dr. Huda Saab, Dr. Chikkappa Saab, and my colleague and my senior boss, Dr. Dilip Singh ji, who has taken a lot of painstaking efforts to organize this particular national conference here. And definitely, I myself attended the sessions, and I took lot of messages from this particular conference. And I also made some kind of the pleas that what kind of the changes into the maize production activities, technical activities, how to minimize the research gaps. I have noted down certain points so that in the future I would try to include, sir, into my research plans at the university level, and even also we will give the feedback to our state government of the Rajasthan, our friends sitting here, Dr. Verma Sahab, Sudhir Verma Sahab, who is from our state government side, so that we can work better in the future, because we came to know what are the international aspects, national aspects, different issues, which really we were not aware, but at the same time, new research advances we also came to learn from this national conference. So a lot of hearty thanks to all organizers and all the participants and our senior colleagues and scientists who has come over from the different parts of the country. Really they deserve appreciation for coming at MPUT Udaipur to our Mewad. Thank you very much to one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite President of Maize Technologists Association, Dr. Saida sir, for his address.
Honorable Chairman of the today's function and CGN NABARD, Honorable Director Research of this great university, Honorable Dean College of Agriculture, Dr. Dilip Singh ji, my colleague in maize working for the last number of years, my team members, secretary, young, dynamic man, growing in well science, Dr. Priyar, very good scientist, Chikkappa, and many scientists from the private sector. I will not forget their name. Bayer, I couldn't mention because they left earlier. NABARD, very much presence is there. Korateva, Dr. Sheesh is there representing his group. BISA, our Rajkumar ji, hum hai yahan ke Rajkumar. CP seat, Sadawood, Maiko, Raju Barwale ji. His group is not, but they are always supportive to us like other. Dhankwa group, RG Agrawal, and the representation is given by Dr. Ajit Tomar ji. Syngenta, Surya Rao was here, but he has left early to flight. CP seat, Sadawood here. Bio seat, our friend and scientist, Dr. Brijinder Palji. Rashi seat, and he is also not here. They have also left. And Advanta, Pandu and his man was here. Thank you very much to all your supporters, my colleagues working in the maize group and the university scientists. They have supported us. I will not talk much because whatever I wanted to make my comments during the discussion, I have been making. But one thing is that we brought this MTAI conference here with the intention Rajasthan required. But due to the corona and confusion, there was so many people wanted to come due to the university problems in approval, then booking in the tickets, and they better opted for the online. We have more than 200 abstract, as Dr. Chikkappa has mentioned. Many oral presentation from public sector, private sector, and university side also. And we are grateful to the university vice chancellor who inaugurated it, and has within 1 hour call, he accepted our invitation. Dr. Dilip Singh and his team in university, they have worked very hard for the success of this conference. We are thankful to all. We are promoting maize to save the environment, save water, increase the income of the farmer through all kind of intervention and technology available. Take to the last person required our technology, that is the farmer. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our esteemed chief guest, Jaideep Srivastav sir, CGM NABARD Jaipur, for his address during this occasion. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Respected Shri Sai Das, President, Maize Technologists Association of India, Dr. S.K. Sharma, Director Research, Dr. Kaushik, Director Extension, Secretary of MTAI, Dr. Parihar, Dean RCA, Dr. Dilip Singh, the dignitaries present here for this conference, scientists of MPUAT, Vice Chancellor of MPUAT in his absentia, students of this university, and those who are either connected currently or were associated with this conference through virtual mode during the last 3 days. I welcome you all on behalf of NABARD. We feel proud to be associated with this conference. I was going through the technical program schedule which was summarized for this conference, and we realized there is a wealth of information, and this poster campaign, what do you say? Poster session. It appears to be a very unique initiative. There is a wealth of knowledge, I am sure, that would have emanated during the deliberations during the last 3 days. Maize as a crop is a very important crop. You have seen it. I mean, I need not add anything more on that. It has engaged our attention whenever we talk of crop husbandry, crops. Maize has been an important part of Indian agriculture, especially because we have large number of small and marginal farmers. And with the climate change that is happening, it has engaged the attention of policymakers. In fact, NABARD is one of the national implementing entity for climate change initiatives of national government as well as international organizations. National Adaptation Plan for Climate Change is being implemented through NABARD. And one of the projects, which was a multi-state project, there have been hints of that project through some of the discussions that we have had today, related to a multi-state project in Haryana, Punjab and Western UP, and where we wanted to promote maize cultivation and incentivize farmers for shifting to maize. However, there have been mixed successes. There are various, there have been various problems which we got entangled into. But the direction, or the policy direction is very clear. We wanted to move towards a sustainable agri-production system, which is climate resilient to some extent, which reduces the risks being faced by farmers. We have realized that you would also have seen through the various government policy initiations that the focus is now slowly shifting towards farmers' income. So if we focus on income, all the attendant components of that are also automatically taken care of. When we talk of income, we also talk of reducing cost of cultivation for farmers. We also talk of maximizing production. And then at the same time, we also talk of putting in ecosystem for marketing of their produce. We also talk of value addition of farmers' produce at the farm gate level if possible or in surrounding areas. And then we also talk of warehousing needs of keeping the produce, linking farmers to markets through E-NAM and involving farmers through NCDEX and all. So when we talk of sustaining income of farmers, enhancing income of farmers, then we talk of the whole gamut of things. Only yesterday we were having a conference at our regional office about fixing unit cost for various agricultural investment activities for the year 22-23. And we realized that the need of the hour is to move from traditional standalone investment activities in agriculture to maybe integrated farming. And whenever we talked about integrated farming, we were discussing about various models being developed or which have been developed by various agricultural universities. And we realized that maize is an important aspect. Without maize, probably an integrated farming model is not sustainable, because whenever we talk of integrated farming model, we also talk about animal husbandry. And in animal husbandry, we all know that maize plays a very important part. So therefore, yesterday we decided on unit cost for integrated farming, 1 hectare, 2 hectare models for various regions of the state, because bankers also need to finance. They need some kind of a guidance as to, we are traditionally using, if you want dairy, then 10 animal dairies will cost this much, or a 20 plus 1 goatry unit will cost this much. So the bankers need to finance accordingly. But when it comes to integrated farming, where we are asking farmer to integrate crop cultivation along with horticulture crop, along with vegetable cultivation, along with some dairy animals or goatry, or with beekeeping or mushroom cultivation, it is very difficult for a banker to decide on the quantum of finance that has to be given. So anyway, the point which I was trying to highlight here, because students are also there, is that if we focus on farmers' welfare and farmers' income, then probably for a small farmer, integrated farming is the way to go. And in that integrated farming, maize will play a very major role. So I'm very happy that I'm here today, and I realize that there is so much wealth of information that is available. To further take the point which I was making some time back, if you want to, again, coming from the climate angle, if you want sustainable agriculture, smart agriculture, we want a small amount of land which small farmers have to yield them maximum income. We have started collectivizing farmers into FPOs. And through FPOs, various initiatives of the universities, like distribution of quality seeds, like various extension services that can be provided. So FPO can be one focal point through which the extension activities of the universities can be extended to various farmers. And then value addition of their produce is also possible. So these are the few initiatives recently which have been undertaken by NABARD, which we are promoting. Farmer producer organizations on a large scale. Some of the farmer producer organizations, for your kind information, in Rajasthan have been promoted solely for maize, cultivation of maize, collectivization of produce, adding value to their produce, and maybe some value addition through some processing initiatives. I think already in Rajasthan about 10 FPOs have been promoted. Some of them, about 4, my colleague was mentioning, 4 of them are in Udaipur district itself. So any student who is interested in learning the systems, how a farmer producer organization which has been built around maize functions, And if you can add value, you can also, it could be one of your research project also. And there are similar FPOs in Baswala district, in Bhilwara district, and also in Chittorgarh district. So these are the areas which are focused on maize cultivation. We have promoted farmer collectives around farmers, small and marginal farmers in these areas. We have also recently launched, if you see in NABARD's website, we have recently launched a pilot project for natural farming in those areas which are traditionally being supported by NABARD through its tribal development programs or watershed development programs. In those areas, we will also be promoting natural farming initiatives. So this maize cultivation actually generally is amenable to natural farming. So if we can introduce natural farming through these FPOs, which are promoted through maize, for maize cultivation, I would say that we will be helping environment a lot. It is a crop which mitigates farmers' risks. As you are aware, if the farmers have more streams of income, to that extent, its risk is mitigated. Only crop, only one stream of income. If the crop fails, farmer is under distress. If there are two streams, there is an animal husbandry as well as crop. If crop fails, animal husbandry activity sustains the farmer, so the other income stream sustains. If there are three or more streams, which are possible in integrated farming, where there is also a vegetable cultivation, farmer will probably get income on a daily basis, some income on a daily basis. So more number of income streams to farmer, less chances of distress or stress to farmer. One is very close to zero. If one fails, the income is going to be zero for farmer. So therefore, we need to think holistically when it comes to farmers' issues and farmers' problems, and how do we maximize farmers' income. A holistic approach is required, and maize as a crop is an integral part of any farmer household when it comes to small and marginal farmers. I am sure the deliberations in these 3 days conference would go a long way in providing policy inputs to us, and we look forward to those policy inputs. It was an opportunity for us which we grabbed for sponsoring this event, and as a sponsor, as a national level development financial institution, it's our privilege to be associated with conferences of this nature. All the very best for future, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. Now it's time to award the brilliant performances of the participants of this 3 days national conference. So I request the dignitaries to present the certificates. So the first category is Best Oral Presentation. It goes to Mr. Ganpati Mukri and team on the topic Amino acid substitution causes variation in kernel row number determined by TIA4 gene in tropical maize. The next goes to Mr. Kamlesh Kumar and team for the paper Effect of Nitrification Inhibitors on Productivity and Nitrogen Use Efficiency of Maize. There are many more. It goes to Mr. H.S. Nayak and team, Mr. Sherry Rachel Jacob and team, Mr. Priya Joy Kar and team, Dr. Shravani and team, Mr. A. Vijaya Bhaskar and team, J. Lydia and team, Momita Ash and team, N. Mallikarjun and team, Mr. Vijay Punia, Mr. Sahana Pulis Patil and team, in the next category, Best Poster, it goes to Mr. Chikappa Gangadhar Karjagi and team on the topic characterization of entire set of maize germplasms conserved at National Gene Bank of India. The next goes to Mr. Chenika Lahakar and team, genome-wide association mapping for Turkicum leaf blight resistance in tropical maize. The next goes to Mr. Sandeep Kumar and team on the topic monitor. The next goes to Mr. Sandeep Kumar and team on the topic monitoring of target site mutations in acetylcholine esterase and voltage gated sodium channel genes in Spodoptera frugipeda in Indian context. The next goes to Mr. Rajan Shukla and team on the topic effect of dose, application time and herbicide combination on wheat growth in maize in northwestern India. The next goes to Dr. S.K. Sharma and team on the topic evaluation of effect of fortified Jivamrit on growth and yield of maize under organic production system. The next goes to Mr. Bahadur Singh and team on the topic assessment of QPM hybrid production technology for southern Rajasthan. The next goes to Mr. Mahipal Singh Chaudhary on the topic low input sustainable agriculture with ecological management practices. The next goes to Dr. Dilip Singh Sir and team on the topic performance of single cross. The next goes to Dr. Dilip Singh Sir and team on the topic performance of single cross maize hybrids under varying zinc management practices. The next goes to Kiranmoy Patra on the topic redesigning nitrogen management protocol in maize through precision agronomic innovation, a paradigm shift towards agricultural sustainability in Indo-Gangetic plains of India. The next goes to Mr. Piyush Chaudhary and team on the topic effect of foliar application of zinc-based nanofertilizer and different fertility levels on growth attributes and yield of maize in southern Rajasthan. The next goes to Mr. Vijay S. Meena and team on the topic winter maize-based cropping system, strategies to improve productivity, profitability of farming community of Bihar. The next goes to Mr. Himanshuman and team on the topic social and government gaze on maize. The next goes to Mr. D.M. Mehla and team on the topic sensor-based nitrogen management in maize wheat cropping system under conservation agriculture in northwest Indo-Gangetic plains. The next goes to Mr. Sudarshan Ranjan and team on the topic influence of flooding on chlorophyll pigment, enzyme activity and carbohydrate content of maize. The next goes to Mr. Jayant S. Bhatt and team on the topic heterotic grouping of new inbred lines through quantitative genetic methods in maize. The next goes to Mr. B.L. Fagodia and team on the topic current scenario of Rajasthan downy mildew of maize incited by Pernosclerospora heteropogony in southern Rajasthan. Next goes to Ms. Madhu Chaudhary and team on the topic soil biology and climate smart agriculture practices under major agri-food systems of IGP. The next goes to Mr. Deepak Bijania and team on the topic Performance of Agrotane Incorporated Urea for Yield and Nitrogen Use Efficiency in Winter Maize. The next goes to Mr. R.K. Fagodia and team on the topic Integrated Management of Maize Leaf and Sheath Blight of Maize caused by Rhizoctonia solani, Fusarium subspecies. Society. Mr. Rajkumar Fagodia.
Next.
The next goes
बोल तो नाम तो बुलवा दे शंकर नाम बुलवा दे सबको बुलवा दे नाम तो पता कैसे नहीं नाम बोल देना
The next award goes to Ms. Manju Chaudhary, Mr. Narendra Singh and team, Mr. Sridhar Ragi, Mr. Ratnesh Kumar Jha and team, Mr. T.A. Ahengar and team, Ms. Sapna Langyan and team, Mr. Arun Thakur and team, Mr. Wajhat Unnisa and team, Mr. B. Mohan Priya and team, Ms. Mamta Gupta and team, Mr. Mallikarjun Biradar and team, Mr. H.S. Nayak and team, Ms. Prabha Singh and team, Mr. Prabhat Singh and team, Mr. Anshuman Nayak and team, Ms. V. Sujata and team, Mr. B. R. Meena and team, Ms. Mamila Shravani and team, Mr. Pavan Singh and team, Mr. Dash,
नाम बोलो अपना
Ms. Samarika Thakur and team, Mr. Surinder Sandhu and team, Mr. Shambir Singh and team, P. Lakshmi Sojanya and team, D. Sri Lalita and team, R.A. Bhatt and team, Mr. C.R. Katwa and team, Mr. Chunendra Prakash and team, Mr. M.C. Kamboj and team,
बोलने हो गया बस ये कंपोज आपका लास्ट
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to all the winners. We all are highly delighted with the presence of esteemed dignitaries on the occasion to cherish the memories of this national conference. I would like to request President MTAI, Dr. Saida sir, to present the memento to our esteemed chief guest. Sir. I'm happy to inform the House that our Dean, Rajasthan College of Agriculture and Project in Charge, Ekrip Maize, is going to attain supernation on 28th February 2022. The entire fraternity of Ekrip Maize and MTA would like to felicitate our Honorable Dean Sir and PI, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir. So I would like to invite Senior Scientist, Dr. S.L. Jat Sir, to carry out the felicitation.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud moment for us that one of our main soldier of the maize family is going to be superannuated on the 28th February 2022. And I'm very happy and grateful that all of you gathered here, and we want to felicitate his contribution with a plaque of appreciation, a Mewari turban, and shawl and memento from our Vice President, sir, Dr. Saida, sir, on behalf of Maize Technologies Association of India and AICRP on maize. So I would request all the dignitaries on the dais also. I will read his. Chair आगे रख दो. Sir, sorry. I would request Dr. Dilip Singh ji to kindly sit on the chair, and I will be very happy to read out his citations on his contribution. Please bring the shawl, memento, and the plaque. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dilip Singh was born on 13th February 1962 at the village Boya in Pali district of Rajasthan. And he served for more than 34 years in the agriculture research for development in the various capacities of the assistant professor 1989 to 2001, associate professor 2001 to 2008, professor 2009 to 2022. He also handled ably the various managerial positions of the PI AICRP on the maize from 2015 to 2022, ADSW, Nodal Officer of All India Survey on Higher Education. He also served the coveted positions of the Dean, Rajasthan College of Agriculture, Udaipur, College of Agriculture, Dungarpur. He showed his best management skills by acting as a nodal officer for organizing various events, including our Golden Jubilee workshop on the maize in 2017 and organized 21st Biennial Symposium of the National Indian Society of Agronomy, and also worked as organizing this particular conference. And like this, we acted to the many, just for few seconds. He visited many international countries to represent our country at international fora in Indonesia, China, Thailand, and Bangladesh to present work of the maize at international level. He published over 96 research articles and 200 other research publications, and his voluminous work on the best nutrient management practices, conservation agriculture, cropping system optimization for the enhancing profitability of farmers, especially in the southern region of Rajasthan, will be immemorable, and we will be here all in our memory for your valuable contribution, sir. So his also outscaled the technology through the various programs of the frontline demonstration and the field days and other things. And he was the able, good teacher and guided 10 PhD and 15 MSc students, ladies and gentlemen, who are working for the research for development in our country. So at the end, the All India Coordinated Research Project on maize and the Maize Technologists Association of India is gratefully present this plaque to Dr. Dilip Singh ji for his significant contribution in maize research for development. Sir, we each and every one from the maize family and the person present over here, we wish you a very happy and prosperous life after superannuation from each member of maize family. And please give a standing ovation to Dr. Dilip Singh ji for this purpose. And we will be very grateful for you for being with us to making the maize journey forward in this our country. Thank you very much to all the esteemed guests and Professor Dilip Singh ji for accepting these things from our side. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
At this occasion, with the permission of Chair, only one sentence I would like to speak on the occasion of superannuation of our most revered. No, just 1 minute, sir. Definitely, his contribution has been very immense throughout the country, and specifically for maize. Definitely, MTAI and MPOT both will miss you, sir. And we have a pray with the God to have your long life, and also urge that your share and care with MTI and MPT should go on flourish like at present. Thank you very much.
It is a matter of great honor and proud privilege for me that I, Ruchika Chaudhary, and the entire team are a part of this felicitation program of our worthy Dean, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir. On the behalf of all the students of MTAI, we wish you, sir, a healthy and happy second innings after supination. We all are highly delighted with the presence of esteemed dignitaries on the occasion. To cherish the memories of this national conference, I would like to request President MTAI, Dr. Saida Sir, to present the memento to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Jaideep Srivastav Sir, CGM NABARD, Jaipur.
इधर आ जाओ तो फोटो ठीक आएगा उधर ठीक नहीं
And now I request Dr. Dilip Singh Sir to present the memento to Dr. S.K. Sharma Sir.
Thank you very much for the support.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Dilip Singh Sir to present the memento to Saida Sir.
सर प्लीज 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 ये तो गिव एंड टेक हो गया तुम मुझे ना मत आना की हुआ
Now I would request Dr. M.K. Mehla Sir, Professor and Head Entomology, to present the memento to Dr. C.M. Parihar Sir.
आप भी रुक रहे हो today if the May journal has some value the credit goes only and only to Dr. C.M. Family and May scientists should give a standing ovation to Dr.
Now I would request Dr. Jagdish Chaudhary Sir to present the memento to Dr. Chikappa Sir.
We have so many members in the team who work Priyanjal, Dr. Bhupender and others.
Now I would request Dr. K.S. Hooda Sir to present the memento to our Dean, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir.
जो
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dean RCA and Local Organizing Secretary, Dr. Dilip Singh Sir, to conclude this national conference with a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all. Most respected Chief Guest of the Day, CGM NABARD, Jaideep Srivastava sir, President MTAI, Dr. Sai Das sir, our worthy Director Research, Dr. S.K. Sharma sir, Organizing Secretary, Dr. C.M. Parihar, all office bearer of MTAI Society, my senior colleagues, all the participants of this national conference, and my dear students. I feel highly privileged to stand before you to minutes of National Conference of Maize for Resource Sustainability, Industrial Growth and Farmers' Prosperity. Now, before I start vote of thanks, I would like to inform you that I am attending superannuation on the last day of this month, that is on 28 February 2022. And it is matter of honor and proud privilege for me that my first retirement party is being celebrated in presence of great person, CGM NABARD, Sri Jaideep Srivastava sir, MTI President Dr. Sai Das sir, all executive members of MTI, and most of all colleagues of AICRP on maize who are present here in this hall as well as joined this program on virtual mode. Really, I feel proud, pleasure and honor that you all persons felicitate me on this concluding session of this MTI Association MTI program. I'm highly thankful to you for giving me this honor, and really I thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you for this great honor. We are extremely thankful to Jaideep Srivastava, Chief Guest of the Validity Function of National Conference, for his kind presence and persuasive words. Sir, your address and view have stimulated all the maize scientists. Please accept our heartiest thanks for gracing this National Conference Validity Function. We are highly thankful to President Maize Technology Association of India, Dr. Sai Das sir, for being with us this day. Sir, this hybrid mode event could not culminate successfully without your kind support and patronage. The organizing committee, thank you for same as well as your presence in validity function. The entire fraternity MPUT Rajasthan College of Agriculture, Udaipur, thanks to Maize Technologists Association of India for entrusting us in staging this national conference at MPUT Udaipur. We are extremely thankful to entire Executive Council for their active support from Society Headquarters in organizing this national conference. Though I'm working as Dean RCA, however, as a local organizing secretary, Maize Technology Association of India, I take this opportunity to thank all the staff, MPUT and Rajasthan College of Agriculture for providing all necessary facility, not only in terms of manpower, but in terms of infrastructure for this event. Our sincere thanks are due to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Narendra Singh Ji Rathod, Registrar, Comptroller and Senior Officers of MPUIT for their kind support in staging this event at Rajasthan College of Agriculture, Udaipur. I sincerely thank Chairman and member of different committees for working hand in hand for successful organization of National Conference. The student volunteers of RCA deserve special thanks for the working tirelessly day and night with us in carrying responsibility in successful conduct of National Conference at our campus. I place on record my sincere thanks to sponsors for generous financial help. I profusely thank media and press for having given wide coverage to our National Conference. I would like to congratulate the award winners persons on this historic day. I thank all the HODs and faculty colleagues and students for attending the plenary session. I thank all those who are directly or indirectly associated with me in staging this symposium. I express heartfelt thanks to all the delegates for having come to Udaipur to attend this national conference. I hope that we have broadly lived up your expectation in terms of stay, food and other arrangement. Please excuse us for any shortcoming here and there. Before I end up, I express sincere thanks to Dr. Naveen Chaudhary, Professor and Head Department of Computer Science, and team members for technical support in staging the National Conference on Hybrid Mode. I once again thanks one and all for your participation in National Conference. I wish all the delegates a safe return journey back to home. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Now we will go straightway to the drone, then we'll come back tea and lunch. Okay? Straightway we'll go drone.
Thank you,
Drone
sir.
demonstration, straightway.
Now I would like to request everybody to mark standing ovation in respect of our national anthem.
नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय